let's get the meeting going. So as I said before, we're picking up where we left off with our last meeting, which was the end of public forum. So we're going into our agenda again. And so the next item on the agenda before we get into the deliberative agenda was the climate emergency reports. So did anyone have a climate emergency report to offer? Okay, seeing none, I know we do have a big climate-related item on the deliberative, so I look forward to conversation on that. We already did take care of our consent agenda, as there were a number of time-sensitive items. I'm seeing, I don't know if the mayor is with us as of yet.
He's on his way, President Tracy, but maybe we could start with a different item other than the city council with mayor presiding.
Okay, sure. Yeah, let's jump into the presentation from Laura Wheelock, our senior public works engineer, as well as Phillip Peterson, our other associate public works engineer on University Place streetscape improvements, which is 6.01. And then we can recess this meeting, dive into the mayor presiding stuff and make those appointments and then come back into deliberative. So I think we have some of our yep, I see Laura on and Chapin as well. So I will, let's kick this item off with a little bit of information from both of you. Thanks for being here.
Great, thank you, President Tracy. Appreciate the time tonight. I have with me City Engineer Norm Baldwin, Senior Engineer Laura Wheelock, and also Lisa Kingsbury from UVM may be joining us as well. Okay. So thanks for making time, Council, for this presentation tonight. I am pleased to be advancing right here tonight with you a collaborative and pragmatic plan for the rehabilitation of University Place. I think it's fair to say that over the last several decades, this right-of-way in the city has been a source of disagreement between UVM and the city of Burlington. We've had disagreements around the vision for the corridor, the necessary improvements and who would pay for them. And lastly, how the ownership of the street and the stewardship responsibility would be set long-term. In 2018, the city and UVM had an agreement regarding the capital plan for the city and UVM's participation in that. And in that agreement, it laid out a plan for the city and UVM to restart conversations about the future of University Place. Since then, our collaborative efforts really have created a sense of trust and confirmed a shared vision for that corridor. We share a vision that the corridor is safe for all users with a robust multimodal corridor, that it improves the public realm for the university community and for the larger Burlington community to enjoy. And lastly, and probably most importantly during these days, that it balances our shared vision with the financial reality that we all face. So we're going to cover three main topics tonight in the presentation: the planning process to date, the expected recommendation of a preferred alternative for the corridor, and talk about next week's schedule, where we'll be coming to you with a request for a third amendment of that UVM city agreement. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Senior Engineer Laura Wheelock for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chapin. Unfortunately, Philip was unable to be here, but he did help prepare this presentation and has been working diligently on the project along with Lisa Kingsbury from UVM. I do want to give a quick high-level overview of the agreement that the city has with UVM. Since there's some key points in there, and selecting a preferred alternative is a really key item inside of that agreement. So when the agreement was crafted and signed back in 2018, it outlined two very specific concepts for University Place. A basic design, which is really limited to repaving, maybe a few sidewalk updates, curbs as necessary, but very limited. So really just paving and paint as a way to spruce up the street. It then also talked about an enhanced design, single enhanced design that would look at trying to improve the stormwater on the street, addressing the grade separations between the sidewalks and the pavement, the crosswalks, and other amenities as desired by UVM. The agreement also outlined some dates to be met by and some of the financial responsibilities. So the original agreement had a concept acceptance date of March 30th, 2020. That wasn't really feasible based on our procurement timeline and something we refer to as COVID. We've signed 2 amendments. The second one effectuated the end date of the project concept phase to be December 31st, 2020. For reasons I'll describe a little later on, as Chapin mentioned, we're actually going to come back and look to amend that. The agreement also outlines some of the financial responsibilities. So the basic design, the pavement and paint would have been 100% city financial responsibility for both the design and the construction. The enhanced design has a funding split to help to accommodate the difference between the city's basic infrastructure maintenance and the university's desire to make this a place around their campus. So as outlined, the first 130,000 is 100% city responsibility. The next $1 million of costs would be split 50-50 between the city and the university. And any costs above the previous 2 would be 100% UVM responsibility. So with that, I'll get into kind of the planning and the public process portion of the presentation. So our design consultant went through and collected a whole bunch of existing information on the street at a time when we were all during the stay-at-home order. Collected the infrastructure that is on the street, crosswalks, grade changes, accessible spaces, transit, bike routes, as well as reviewing a traffic study that was done for this area by the University of Vermont. Some interesting notes from the traffic study: 65% of the traffic on the street is actually northbound. So to orientate, if you're not familiar with University Place runs north-south. North is up at the Colchester Ave end, south is at Main Street's end. They also discovered that the intersection with University Place and Colchester Ave is a high crash location. And as I'll get into a little bit later, when we started looking at the concepts in consideration with the traffic study, we really wanted the opportunity to consider University Place as a one-way northbound to really unlock the ability to rebalance the right-of-way and the use of the road under either the basic or the enhanced concepts. And what this led to is we would need to really consider the improvements necessary at the intersection of Pearl, Prospect, and Colchester Ave. This intersection was had a scoping study done and completed in 2014 with the City Council selecting alternative 1, which is realigning South Prospect Street better with North Prospect. Certainly some challenges there with some right-of-way and boundaries. And there's also some other interesting boundaries with Dewey. So mutual interest between both the university and DPW at some boundary adjustments here to be able to have University Place be one-way northbound. So as mentioned, our project kicked off right at the height of our stay at home. This challenged our consultants and our design team, and as well as UVM and city staff, as to how do we observe behaviors on the street? How do we understand how people are using the street, where they're using the street, or maybe where they're not using the street? We put together a really robust online survey that allowed people to interactively work with a map that would indicate where they crossed the street, where they maybe didn't cross the street, which was really helpful. We got great responses from this survey. We found that a majority of the people using the street are walking or biking, over 80% walking, almost 40% biking. The other 40% are using it as a cut through. The next other higher uses are vehicle parking and drop off and campus shuttle. So what did people want to see? They wanted to see prioritization changed, back to bikes and peds, and shuttle uses, better visibility for drivers to see the bikes and peds that are on the street. improving the accessibility, widening sidewalks, considering removing parking, and improving the character of the street. So that led our design team into thinking of the following principles. First and foremost, let's improve the safety of all the users on the street and the accessibility. Let's create a place to identify the street for the uses that already do exist, the campus, the connection to campus, the gatherings that exist, and the food truck use that's on the street, all while considering the historic context of the green and the adjacent UVM building frontage. Being with DPW, I can't forget about the operation side of a street. It's important that the shuttle that moves people there in high volume can still operate successfully, that our emergency vehicles that use that street on a daily basis to return back to the fire station, as well as to access other parts of campus if they're called in, is functional. Snow removal, key to be able to having a successful street, as well as there's a few driveways where pickup and deliveries need to be able to access on campus. And then last is reshaping the street for the majority of the users being bike and ped and transit. So here's the first concept. I know that the image is a little zoomed out and the next couple slides zoom in so you can see it, but really want to focus the fact that this reorientates the number of crosswalks on the street. This is actually showing a one-way northbound as part of our basic design. It also has bike lanes, which the detail will let you see, and consideration for a consolidated food truck location, and actually some short-term on-street parking. So looking at the southern end of the road, we have Main Street over here. This is the end with the food trucks. So one-way northbound with separated buffered bike lanes, bi-directional separated bike lanes. Still have the sidewalk in its original location, but restoring the green belt to be green, and then really consolidating some of the crosswalks. On the northern end of the street, providing the pickup and drop off location, but essentially all on-street parking has been removed to be able to facilitate the bicycle infrastructure and to better improve the visibility and of the pedestrians that are crossing the street. We consulted with UVM. Lisa Kingsbury is also on the call and she can support this if you guys have any questions. The university does not need the on-street parking. That doesn't mean that we're not going to remove it without public process. We're still working with the DPW commission. We would do still the plate counts to ensure that we understand who's parking there, when they're parking there, maybe why they're parking there. But really the key to being able to unlock either of these concepts is removing the on-street parking, which the immediate adjacent property doesn't need. So the cross section of the street, this would be looking northbound, so towards Colchester Ave. We have a single 11-foot travel lane, buffered bike lanes. This would be the southbound bike lane, so a contraflow, and then a northbound bike lane on the right-hand side, also buffered. This image shows the existing curb lines. So again, with the basic concept, we're really repaving and repainting and striping the road. The existing sidewalk, and then the green belt between the sidewalk and the street varies. So you can put the whole picture together in your head. Here is a rendering of a portion of the street with the bike lanes and repaving. To talk just a little bit about the costs, the estimated design cost, construction, inspection, and a little contingency would bring the basic concept up to around $500,000. Remembering the terms inside the agreement, that this would be all city funds if this is the option selected. To go through the enhanced concept really lets you do just about anything that you think that the street needs to support the design principles and goals of the project. So under the enhanced concept, we have new and wider sidewalks. So replace the sidewalk on the east side of the road and widen it to be 10 feet. This concept includes new sidewalk on the west side of the road in 2 sections. to better consolidate and manage the numerous crossings that have existed out there for a while. It also provides a crossing plaza in the middle of the street where there's a very high density of crossings that exist. Crossings that are placed closer than 200 feet are not compliant with MUTCD and actually do create a lot of confusion and reduce the safety on the street. We would also be narrowing the road, so moving the curb line on the west side east to be able to make the street more of an appropriate width for the uses that we actually want on the street. This also unlocks the opportunity to create the sidewalk on the west side without impacting a majority of the trees over that are in the green. So to zoom in so that you guys can see the features a little bit better, this concept also proposes to realign some of the sidewalks that are on the UVM green, bringing them closer to Main Street to make people be more visible, narrowing the crossing, tightening the radiuses up to really slow traffic down as they are entering the street and change that balance back to being bicycles and pedestrians and to make it be a slow street. We're also proposing to eliminate one of the cut-through paths that was not identified to be used during our public outreach. This could just be from the shift in the way that UVM's campus has evolved over the last few years that this is no longer a desire line. This concept also is able to facilitate bumped-in food truck parking, bringing them immediately adjacent to the sidewalk and allowing for an unobstructed bicycle facility. The crossing plaza would be raised, and so this would feel more like a curbless or a shared street type scenario. There's also a rendering showing what this is at the end of all these enhanced slides. The north end of the street, again, this is just a concept. The design truly hasn't been done, but the idea would be the sidewalk on the west side, consolidated crossings, widened sidewalk, a pickup drop-off area, and again, still the two-way bike lanes and one-way vehicle traffic. To show the two examples of the cross sections, first noting the existing curb line. So again, the shift of the curb line from the west side into the street to narrow the road, 10-foot center travel lane, 2-foot buffers, 4-foot bike lanes, widened sidewalk, and then down at the crossing plaza, again, indicating, the curbless condition, which is really significant when it comes to accessibility and the through movement of reorientating the street to be pedestrian friendly. And so here is a rendering of what all of that looks like with the crossing plaza and the bike lanes, and again, removal of the on-street parking to really be able to facilitate this. This plaza type area also could be programmed periodically by UVM to really activate this location. So we have some approximate costs for this, for design, construction, inspection, contingency. For everything that was shown there, this is really kind of what we think the top end. It's a very conservative number at 1.3. Breaking that down, it uses 100% of what the city's funding maximum would be in the agreement. It requires UVM put in at least basically $550,000, and then any contingency that the project would have would start hitting the cap. So I'll talk a little bit about the funding and finances later, but this is feeling still a little bit rich given the climate and the economic times that we're in for both the city and for UVM. I do just want to touch on, so when it comes to our public outreach, we did the outreach in the beginning, we did outreach and public presentations for both of the basic and the enhanced. The enhanced that had gone through public presentation was even a little bit more grand with some of their materials and ideas that could go in it. But really in general, everyone felt like there was no loser in this situation. The basic concept was great. It made a lot of improvements. You know, it got like a B from the general public's reaction. The enhanced concept got the A. But again, there's really no loser when it came to which concept. Both are such dramatic improvements of the street and the right-of-way that either are going to make a significant improvement. So thinking about coming out of our public process, which included going to, you know, the NPAs, the DPW Commission, the TUC, our own, a standalone neighborhood meeting, back to the TUC, it became apparent that we needed something that was a little bit more affordable. And, you know, UVM is feeling the same way. So what we're going to do is, instead of asking for a preferred alternative selection tonight, we're letting you know that we want to come back next week and ask for an amendment on our due date. It's important to do this from the terms that are inside of the agreement, which I can get into and answer more questions if there's anything about that. But really, we're looking for an extension to be able to give us some time to do the following items. One would be to select the concept before July 15th, 2021. Hopefully by then we'll have a better idea where the city's financials are, and UVM will have an idea where their financials are. We do want to propose a cap on the project budget, both from the city's maximum amount and UVM's contributions. We also want to create a memorandum of understanding about the Colchester Ave Pearl Prospect boundary adjustments. And just so that you guys have an idea where this is headed, this is a map of the Pearl Prospect. Switching the orientation now, so north is actually up. This is University Place over here, Colchester Ave, South Prospect, North Prospect, Pearl Street. The orange lines, if you can see them, and I'm sorry, you know, electronic presentations nowadays, a little more challenging to know how everyone's able to see this. The orange boundaries are existing right-of-ways. The red lines are the direction that we're leaning. So this red line over here is the approximate area that the city is going to need to be able to realign South Prospect with North Prospect and to make the intersection functional, higher functioning than what it is now, to really support a one-way University Place. At the same point in time, while we were reviewing these boundary lines, it was observed that the city's right-of-way cuts through Dewey Hall. So, and also then their property comes back out onto the city sidewalk. So the idea is to create an MOU to kind of adjust what's needed here. Playing with boundary lines does take a little bit more time, and there was no way to do that inside of a week. So our schedule, we're here tonight, December 14th, giving presentation to council of our concepts, looking to come back next week for approval of amendment number 3, developing the MOU and getting the preferred concept accepted before July 15th. Then long-term is moving the project through its design phase. Ultimately, you know, our preferred staffs and the design teams selected recommended alternative is going to be using the enhanced concept. With that idea, you're changing line and grade of the road, coming back through TUC and City Council end of 2020, beginning of 2022, 2021, 2022. And then still, if we can meet everything in this deadline, possible June 2022 construction. So that's the absolute earliest. If not, you know, maybe we'd wait till the summer of 2023. I think it's important in a climate where we're going to have a high volume of students out there to really do this during UVM's off months and not interrupt graduation. So that limits the construction season a little bit. So with that, I'm done talking and certainly happy to answer questions.
Great, thanks for that presentation. If we can go out of screen share mode, I can open it up the floor. So, and I see that we also have Lisa Kingsbury from UVM with us. Lisa, did you have anything you'd like to add before we go to questions?
I think Laura's done a great job showing the project. I'll just add and echo her comments and Chapin's comments from the beginning that I think this has been a great project to work together on. I think that it's been a very successful collaboration working with the city and UVM and getting a lot of public process and input as we've moved forward. And we're really happy with how this first phase of the design has gone.
Excellent. All right, great. Well, thanks for being with us tonight. Are there questions from councilors? Okay, Councilor Hightower.
Yeah, and thanks for the presentation. I realize how much work goes into this stuff before it even comes before us, so appreciate you all. I actually just missed, because it looks like the presentation that we have is just a little bit different, so I wanted to make sure if you could go back to the basic concept cost slide, just so I can write those numbers down before.
It may be easier to, instead of switching back and forth. So the basic concept, yep. So it has 140,000 for the design, 290 for construction, 15 for inspection, and 50 for contingency. I had a typo in that the construction cost estimate that we had from our design consultant included contingency, and I had forgotten to back that out in the version that you guys had. Also, in the version that you guys had, you know, we were proposing a preferred alternative, and in the last week, you know, discussions with UVM, we've really rethought our position and just are going to request more time first.
Okay, and then just a follow-up question for my own understanding is the max for the city and whatnot is just for the design, not for the construction?
No, the total, depending on whether it's in the basic or the enhanced.
Mm-hmm.
The basic, we could screw it up and spend way more. But in theory, it's meant to be the least cost alternative. For the enhanced, the city maximum in the current agreement is 630,000.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
And I'll resend this presentation to Lori so that she can upload the final version. I'm also going to be able to post it on the project's website. So if you need to review it again.
Councilor Pine.
Thank you. That presentation was really excellent, and I wanted to just pose a couple of sort of higher level questions about are we required to go ahead with this project? Is there an obligation that we're under?
So inside the existing agreement, there's language: if the two parties do not come to a conclusive alternative of the same design, the city is required to pay the funds to UVM 1 month past the deadline for selection in full for 630. There's also then terms in there about if UVM then does X, Y, and Z, what percentage may or may not get returned to the city. It's really specific. But
so we are essentially locked into doing a project. Is that right?
Yes. The way that it words it and works out is that it gives the university the first opportunity to continue on and create an enhanced street. If for some reason that ends up falling through, they do have a repayment option, and then the city is still obligated to essentially repave the street.
If I may,
And if you could explain go ahead.
The context for this is that the city and the university back in 2018 were working on the city's sustainable infrastructure plan. And the university agreed to make payments that allowed the city to borrow significant funds to improve our infrastructure in return for certain agreements. And one of the agreements was that after decades of disagreeing about the future of University Place, is that we would work as partners to resolve that. And that's what this language in the agreement really spells out.
Thank you. And I do ask, you know, with all due respect, that we have sidewalks that need replacement throughout our city, and we hear that nonstop. So I'm just trying to prioritize limited dollars to ensure that we are, you know, serving the broadest number of people. And that's my concern is that I know there's a large population served, but I'm worried about prioritizing those folks who are using this street over neighborhoods where we have infrastructure that also needs attention. And even though we've made progress, when you walk in neighborhoods and you see the condition of our sidewalks, we still have a long way to go. And so I'm just grappling with that. Honestly, I'm really struggling with that as a prioritization of resources. That's all.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. And then the key piece is that it's the university's support financially that enabled the city to make an additional $6 million of investment in the city's capital plan through their contributions. So part of the return is that we contribute up to 630,000 maximum contribution on this one street. So the net benefit to the city of over $5 million of money that we were able to invest in sidewalks and paving in our buildings was a net benefit to the city.
Okay, thanks a lot. That's helpful.
It may also be helpful to consider that when the agreement was signed between UVM and the city, that this University Place was already in poor shape for its pavement condition. It's not improved over the last few years. And so that is one of the reasons why there's a basic concept with 100% city contribution, is because we knew we would need to be repaving the road inside of 5 years. So it's not a new cost, and it was considered as part of the sustainable infrastructure plan that street would need to be repaved.
I just have to add, Mr. President, that there was a discussion at one point of just saying to the university, you can have it, it's yours now. So that was another idea. And that's a lot less expensive to the taxpayers. So I just want to be clear that that was once on the table. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Pine. Councillor Jang.
Thank you, President Tracy, and thank you, Laura, Lisa, Chapin, for being here. My question is specific to the following. Do you have another model of redoing this this project that is less than 1.3 million? Have you looked into another model?
Not at this time. With how specific the agreement language is, we really tried to focus on a basic and an enhanced. We've talked over the last few weeks about ways to reduce the cost even further. The original enhanced concept could include the sky, lighting, elaborate places, materials, so on and so forth. But, thinking about the world that we're currently living in, trying to just make and improve, basic services on the street in a thoughtful way. I think that there's still a way to engineer that down a little bit, but I don't know that we're going to get hundreds of thousands off this cost.
Absolutely. Okay. So based on your presentation also, it seems now the food trucks are being concentrated in only one area, and they will no longer be throughout that street. Is that I understand
that is
right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And now with this design, how many food trucks do you think the food truck space can hold, can accept?
It's being designed for 5. That's what's being shown on the street. They're longer spaces, so they can accommodate 5 trucks, bumper to bumper. In looking at the use on the street, there's really only 4, maybe 5 that consistently occupy those spaces when they choose to show up. So the thought was that this would be still keeping the food truck spaces, but repurposing the use down to what's really being used. Food trucks were part of our specific outreach too, and they liked the designs.
Yeah, and why didn't you put them more in the center where the crossing area is, and why is it more south?
So the thought was, this is part of the collaboration with UVM's planning, and maybe Lisa can speak to it, that the ability to make the food trucks be a place and tie it into Moral's circular, driveway, and kind of be able to create an event out of that location if it's consolidated, was the thought behind that concept.
Okay.
I'll also just add, sorry, can I just add one thing? In the public outreach, and I'll say in my own use of the street, one of the safety issues that came up over and over is that trying to cross University Place in between trucks and cars feels unsafe because cars don't see you very well. So to have them away from that larger crossing plaza seems like a safer alternative.
Yep, I like it. I mean, I think I like the concept as it is, because but was just wondering why it's more north south other than north. And my last question is specific to greyhounds. I remember they used to have a bus stop almost at the intersection with Colchester Avenue. Is that still the case?
No, that bus pickup has been moved to Pearl Street, I believe. But they no longer pick up right on University Place.
Okay.
We did design the pickup and drop off to be a minimum of 3 spaces, thinking about if we do need to get an event tour bus or some larger bus in there, 3 spaces is the appropriate amount,
Okay.
and it wouldn't obstruct the bus or the bike lanes.
I'm so sorry for saying last question, but my last question again is this one. It seems after the 1.3 million, if there are other contingencies, UVM will pick them up. And that's part of the agreement inside of the city, because things come up sometimes.
Correct. That's the way our current agreement terms are written. But we, are thinking that we'd like to put a cap on it. And really we'd like to get our total project cost down to being the 1.13. So it's 630,000 from the city of Burlington and 547 from UVM as a maximum contribution for this project.
Okay.
And maybe even lower.
Yeah, I mean, for everyone also to understand that for a project that was voted on, I think 2014, and it's still not realized yet. Things take time and other things I just learned. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Any other, Councilor Mason, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. My question, Laura, is sort of, could you speak to the utility of the sidewalk that's proposed for the, let's see, the west side of University Terrace, or excuse me, University Street?
Yep. So the sidewalk that's being proposed on the west side is a 5-foot wide sidewalk, maybe 6 foot wide, with a small green belt. It's essentially to help collect all of the various diagonal walkways that come across the green to give people the ability to walk north-south on that side of the street and hit a crosswalk that really best desires where they are going on the opposite side. Right now, there are more than 12 crosswalks on that street, and it really doesn't allow drivers to understand where people are actually going to cross, and you almost get numb to the number of crossings. So the idea behind a sidewalk is to collect people on the west side and allow them to move on the west side to get to where they need to cross and limit the number of crossings on the street.
I'm a little bit with Councilor Pine struggling, seeing sidewalks on both sides of the streets when we all, have streets in our neighborhood where there are no sidewalks and there are very young children, who are walking on the street. I wouldn't have expected that explanation. That provides a little, I was trying to figure out, you literally have beautiful new sidewalks on both sides of the street, but I did not appreciate the safety aspect of the proposed design. I still have my concerns, but I'm a little more sympathetic than I was 3 minutes ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions from councilors? Councilor Hightower, go ahead.
If I can ask one more. You said at the end that your team's preferred way forward was the enhanced concept. And I guess I'd like to hear a little bit more about why that is, and then maybe also to hear from UVM how they feel about that, especially given that we kind of, are hearing in the news staffing shortages and not shortages, but layoffs and cuts and.
Yep. So when presenting both concepts through our public phase, I think one of the loudest things that we heard about what the basic design lacks is, people would call it the lack of crosswalks, but basically we're putting in only a number of crosswalks that actually are meeting federal code for distance. And so there ends up being a lot of walkways at the edge of the green that just empty onto the street. And legally, we're not allowed to paint them. And so that doesn't feel like a great safety improvement. Visibility will be greatly improved by the lack of vehicles on the street. And so really thinking about the fact that while it's still a transformational change. To really do what's needed to improve pedestrian safety, we need to add the sidewalk on the west side, which in order to do that and not impact the green, we have to move the curb line. And so you're talking about adding sidewalk and changing curb line on the street, and you're really getting into what's defined as the enhanced concept. Whether we widen the sidewalk on the west side, you know, that could be a future phase. And I think that's one of the things that we are loosely talking about, and it may come back as part of an update to the agreement about future phases and whatnot to be able to make this a little bit more affordable. But really, fundamentally, our recommendation is make the paving and curb line changes now. Go ahead, Lisa.
Sure. So I'll just add, agreeing with Laura that we had a lot of spirited discussions about the basic concept and having walkways that went to nowhere and just spilled you out into the street, as she said, and whether or not that was safe. But that didn't meet, painting those crosswalks didn't meet the safety standards, and it wasn't an option for us to do that. Laura alluded to it before. There was another, I'd say, higher and more costly enhanced version that we looked at that had, you know, a change of materials in that crossing plaza. It had a whole area for seating on the east side of that crossing plaza. You know, this concept doesn't include lighting. There were a lot of things that originally we looked at and then pulled back on because the city and the university were concerned about the costs. And I will say we still are, and Laura and I have had discussions about trying to bring those costs down a little bit more, but we do feel like this version gets us to where the road is the safest it can be.
Great, that's helpful. I think I'm also a little bit with Councillor Pine, you know, just down the road, we've got the turn to Archibald, which has no sidewalk at all. And it's hard to justify such vast improvements when we look at so many other places in our city where there's no pedestrian safety. But appreciate the do it once, do it right argument as well. So thanks.
Okay, Councillor Jang, briefly.
Yep, it will be very brief. Thank you. I think it's also important for all of us to remember that, you know, we have great, wonderful places. The waterfront is one of them. Church Street is one of them. And to me, UVM is part of it too, because many people will come to the city, they don't go to our streets and sidewalks. But I think there is a way of selling the city, you know, by making UVM an area more beautiful. Now, my question is about the process now from here. It seems you're coming to Board of Finance next week for approval. Will you also need council approval again on top of that, knowing that this is already an agreement that was signed on between the two entities?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Jang. This amendment, the third amendment to the MOU, will require Board of Finance and Council approval the same way that the original agreement between our two parties in 2018 was both approved by the City Council as well as the UVM trustees. So, you know, we've come back to you every time that there's a substantive adjustment so that you're aware of and approving of the direction we're headed.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else again like to wrap this up, given that we have a lot of other items? Okay, we will be dealing with this again next week. So thanks for the presentation and answering all these questions. We'll go ahead and close down that item and then go into, we'll recess this meeting for just a second and go into Mayor presiding. I believe that we have Mayor Weinberger available here right now. There we go. Hey, Mayor.
Hello, President Tracy. Let me call to order the City Council with Mayor presiding at 6:24 p.m. And the first item on the agenda is the agenda. I would welcome a motion for it. Any councilor willing to make a move the agenda? Thank you, Councilor Paul.
I make a motion to move the agenda.
Seconded.
Great, seconded by Councilor Hightower. Any discussion of the agenda? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I'm just toggling between screens here. Next is the consent agenda. I would welcome a motion on the consent agenda. Councilor Stromberg.
I move to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
And seconded by Councilor Hanson. Any discussion of the consent agenda? We'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. The consent agenda is adopted. Okay, this brings us now to 3 board and commission appointments. The first is for the Design Advisory Board for a term expiring June 30th, 2021. The floor is open for nominations. Any counselor might like to make a nomination? Counselor Shannon. Counselor Shannon, you're muted.
I nominate Emily Morse.
Okay, excellent. Is there a sorry, we don't do seconds on the nominations. Are there any additional nominations? Are there any additional nominations? Seeing no counselors raise their hand for additional nominations, I'm going to close the floor to additional nominations. Is Emily Morse with us? We typically allow applicants to address the board if they would like. I believe she is. Emily, you unmute yourself. I think you can give a short statement to the board. Hello, welcome, Emily.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Council. I don't really have a whole lot to say other than thank you for nominating me for this position. I am very excited about the opportunity to be on this board. I've had 10 years in the design build experience, 3 locally in Burlington and the surrounding areas, and have gone in front of the board numerous times. And it's something I find oddly fun and interesting. I think it's really important that we consider how our city grows and adapts to a growing and changing population, starting with policy. I think a lot about how, a really significant amount of our global carbon emissions comes from the building sector, especially building materials, and how we ask our citizens to, make the right choices and use the right building materials and lower our carbon emissions, but how that really all starts with good design. And I think it's up to boards such as the Design Advisory Board to really set the standard for what good design is and how we can change and shape the landscape of our city by dictating, what is good design? How do we preserve the good design of the past while moving forward and looking to the future of good design too? So that is something that's really important to me and something I'm really passionate about. It's always been, what I've known I wanted to do in my life, and I'm really excited to have the opportunity to do that on a city scale.
Great. Thank you, Emily. Thank you for your interest in serving on this board and for your statement. Okay. Any discussion about Emily's nomination by the council? Okay. If there is no further discussion, we will go to a vote, and it will simply be approve. Do you approve of this nominee or not? All those in favor of appointing Emily Morse to the Design Advisory Board, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? It appears that is a unanimous decision, and thank you. Congratulations, Emily. Thank you for your interest. Local government runs on this type of volunteer energy and commitment, and there is another appointment to the Design Advisory Board now that we also need to make. This is for the alternate position for a term expiring June 30th, 2023. The floor is open to nominations. Councilor Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would place a nomination in the name of Kathleen Ryan for the alternate position on the Design Advisory Board.
Great, thank you, Councilor Paul. Are there any other nominations? Any other nominations? Seeing none, we will close. Kathy Ryan, with us, President Tracy?
Not that I'm seeing, Mayor.
Okay. So then we will open the nomination for council. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the nomination? Councilor Paul?
No, I apologize. I thought we were going to skip the vote, but we're not. Sorry.
We will go straight to a vote now. All those in favor of the nomination, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you for being willing to serve in this role. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Kathy previously served the city as a development review board member alternate for many years and has really served this city very well for a long time. So thank you, Kathy, for re-upping. And now we will go to the final appointment for the evening from the City Council with Mayor presiding, which is an appointment to the Fire Commission for a term expiring June 30th, 2023. And Councilor Jang, the floor is open for nominations.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to nominate Monica Chapman for the Fire Commission.
Excellent. Thank you. Are there any additional nominations that the board would look that the council would like to make? Seeing no other hands, I see that Monica has turned on her camera. Excellent. Welcome, Monica. Yes, this is an opportunity. Please address the council before they vote on, if you could, with a brief statement, would be great.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, City Council. My name is Monica Chapman. I'm a property owner in Ward 7. I've been in the fire restoration field for 16 years and currently am a co-owner of a construction company that deals with fires. I also have board experience. I'm the vice chair of Vermont Works for Women, moving into the chair role in 2022 and serving on 3 of their committees. I love being in Burlington, and I have a boots on the ground experience with the fire departments, and I think it could add a lot of value being involved with the city and directly with the fire departments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. Is any discussion from the council about Monica's nomination? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the appointment, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. You are unanimously appointed. Congratulations, Monica. Thank you for being willing to serve in this way. We look forward to working with you in this new way. Thanks for your commitment. With that, President Tracy, I believe we have completed the agenda for the City Council with Mayor presiding, and without objection, that body is adjourned at 6:33 p.m. and I'll hand the gavel back over to you.
Thank you for that, Mayor. We'll go back into our recessed City Council agenda. We had just completed item 6.01, which brings us to item 6.02, which is a resolution with regards to just cause evictions charter change. And this was an item that we had paused sort of midstream a couple weeks ago in terms of the debate. We had an amendment on the floor at the time that we postponed it. And so we are still at that point because we had not voted on that amendment that was taken at that time. So we're still middle of that debate. I believe Councilor Hightower had introduced the amendment, and we were debating and discussing that amendment. So that amendment is where we are in the discussion because the resolution had been introduced and then an amendment had been also put forward. So got some interesting procedural things happening tonight, folks. And so I just appreciate you bearing with us. We have another motion that was put on the table in February that we're going to be pulling off. So anyways, now that we're kind of oriented to where we are in the debate, and that we don't need an opening motion on this because it's already been introduced and we already have an amendment on the floor, I will go ahead and open the floor to councilors. Councilor Pine, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. So if you could help me out here. We have an amendment that is essentially an entirely new version, I think is the way to describe it. and it is an amendment that our Community Development and Neighborhood Revitalization Committee spent time discussing and reaching consensus on. So what is the course of action that is called for here to bring that forward? Is that an amendment to the existing amendment? Is that how we should proceed?
Yes, that's how we should proceed. And if it's a completely new amendment or text, you can certainly do a strike all and then move to replace it with whatever text you'd like, Councillor.
Okay. With that in mind, and that we've had considerable discussion and debate up to this point, what I would propose is that we do a strike all on the existing version that was forwarded to the council from the Charter Change Committee, and instead adopt the version that the Community Development Neighborhood Revitalization Committee has forwarded that is on board docs for tonight. And to reference that properly, I believe it is listed on the board docs as the amended resolution relating to March 2, 2021 annual city meeting, Just Cause Evictions charter change. And I would so moved.
Okay, thank you for that amendment, Councillor Pine. Is there a number? Because I see two different versions, one with a number 1 and one that's just that title that you read.
I think the same one just has, sorry, point of information.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Hightower.
I think there's the same one just has the changes tracked, which I'm not sure will be relevant since it's now a PDF. The other one was.
Okay, all right, perfect. Thank you for that clarification. Just want to make sure that we all are referencing the same document. So we have a motion from Councillor Pine. Is there a second to the amendment to the amendment? Councillor Hightower seconds. All right, did you want the floor back, Councillor Pine?
No, I was just going to ask for concurrence from City Attorney Blackwood that there is one version that I picked, the first one I came to, and I looked at it and it looked like the revised cleaned up version, but as Councillor Hightower said, there's also one there with track changes on it, I believe. Is that correct?
The first one is what is the one that you should be focusing on. That is the amended resolution that Linda has prepared to be the official resolution.
Thanks for that clarification. That's all at this point. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. So we have an amendment to the amendment on the floor. Floor is open, councillors. Councillor Shannon.
So we're amending the amendment, which if we vote yes, will replace the amendment as an amendment. I guess we'll figure this out when we vote. I think I get the gist of it, and I'm going to leave the technicalities alone for the moment. So speaking to this amended language, what I see as a change is it now says, such ordinance shall exclude from just cause the expiration of a rental agreement as sole grounds for termination of tenancy. In addition to the exemptions in Chapter 137 of Title IX, the ordinance shall exempt from some or all of its provisions, subject to mitigation provisions, properties such as, but not limited to, sublets and in-unit rentals, B, owner-occupied duplexes and triplexes, C, those being withdrawn from the rental market, and it continues. My question, on first read, I read it to mean that those were going to be exemptions from the general criteria of just cause evictions, including an exemption that the end of a lease could end tenancy. But on a closer read, I don't believe that that's what it says. And I believe that you could still pass an ordinance that included all of these listed groups and apply to them a criteria that says they may not end tenancy at the end of a lease. I wanted to know if the city attorney can verify that that is a possibility under this language, because the language references that they will be exempt from some or all of its provisions, but the ordinance shall be exempt from some or all of its provisions, and they're subject to mitigation provisions, and they're listed as such as, so I don't know that that is binding language either. So if the city attorney can confirm or deny that these are actually excluded from these provisions of the just cause definition.
They are not, sorry, they are not excluded necessarily. It says, in addition to the exemptions, these shall the ordinance shall exempt them from some or all of its provisions. So they will be exempt from some. They aren't necessarily exempt from all the provisions of the requirement of just cause, and it does not say which provisions they will be exempt from and not exempt.
And we don't know what the provisions of the ordinance are, so we can't even venture a guess as to what they will be exempt from, correct?
We might be able to guess, but you're right, you won't know for certain.
Okay, thank you. I am not going to support this amendment because I think the amendment is more misleading to the public than the original language. I don't believe there's an exemption here because the exemption, while stated with a shall in the first case, following that, there is language that kind of undoes that, and it isn't an exemption. And I fear that the public will be misled by that, so I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. I don't have anyone else in the queue. Councilor Carpenter.
The intent of this discussion was that those 4 categories, I think it's 4, would be exempt from the expiration of a lease termination. And so that was what we had agreed on, and I want to be sure that that in fact can be included. Attorney Blackwood, can you?
I think, well, Councilor Pine, were you looking to be recognized? Okay.
Just after this, that's fine.
Okay, all right. Attorney Blackwood, go ahead.
So if I understand your question, you're saying that the intent was to exclude those properties from that just cause means the expiration of a rental agreement as sole grounds for termination of the tenancy. That is not what it says. No, they are not excluded from that necessarily. They can be excluded from that.
We had a lot of discussion on that, and I was taking at face value that those 4 categories would be excluded from that one provision. There are other provisions that they may or may not be excluded from, but that one in particular, that was the intent. I see Councilor Pine shaking his head.
Councilor Pine, go ahead.
In addition, Councilor Hightower and I both expressed the view that, and I think we came to agreement on this as a committee, that there may be additional protections such as a longer notice period or relocation expenses provided by the owner to the tenant, who gets basically told at the end of your lease, I'm going to now move my son or daughter or someone else into this unit, that there's be certain protections it built in. So that was the idea. I think that was what we as a committee discussed, but I want to hear Councilor Hightower and Councilor Carpenter corroborate or tell me I'm wrong.
No, that is accurate. That they would, those categories of exemptions would be subject to mitigation requirements as we develop them over the course of time. So that was definitely agreed upon.
Okay, I have Counselor Paulino. Well, Attorney Blackwood, did you have something before that?
Yeah, I think if that was the intent, then we should take out the words from some or all of its provisions and say from this provision.
That actually was I think was in a previous version, and I think may have eluded us when we were talking about all of our mays and shalls and additions. And so I think that could suffice to get us where we want, which is this provision, meaning the provision in the previous sentence, which is the termination of the rental agreement.
Okay, so I have Counselor Paulino to be followed by Counselor Hightower. Counselor Paulino, go ahead.
I was going to ask the exact question that Eileen answered, which is to clarify the language that she felt made it equivocal. Having heard her response, I would make a motion to amend Counselor, the amended version, line 21. Would it be a motion to strike?
So Counselor Paulino, I'm just going to stop you. You can't, we're on an amendment to the amendment. You can't amend a third time. So we have to take care of this, and then you could make a further amendment after that. I apologize for not clarifying that after Counselor Carpenter's question, but you'd have to hold off on making further amendments because you can't go three past on amendments.
Okay, so I'll ask it in question form. Thank you, President Tracy. So this is to Attorney Blackwood. If we struck line 21, the word from, so the ordinance shall exempt these properties, which include, and then the list. So striking from the word in line 21 from to the end of limited to, would that correct the concern here? It would just say it would exempt these properties and then the list.
Attorney Blackwood?
No, not without more words. It's not. If you wanted to get rid of something and just say the ordinance shall exempt these properties entirely from all of it, then you could do what you're saying. But I don't think that is what Councilor Carpenter is proposing or Councilor Pine is proposing. They want to leave those, they don't want to exempt those properties from all the provisions of the ordinance. They're saying that it should be just exempted from the provision that just cause shall exclude the expiration of a rental agreement.
Yes.
Thank you. So exempt from the just cause provision specifically, sounds like.
The portion of just cause that says that it does not include expiration of a rental agreement.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Counselor Hightower to be followed by Counselor Carpenter.
I don't have a lot to say. I just wanted to clarify that there were a few changes, both this paragraph and some of the preceding things to the list itself, and a few other ones, including defining, I guess we added some shouts just throughout the thing. It's been a long time working on this since I think June or July in CD&R. So it's been a lot of input both from landlords and landlord advocacy groups, as well as tenants and tenant advocacy groups. So I'm really excited to see this on the, I'm really glad that we got to some consensus in CD&R, which I did not think was possible at the beginning of this process. So I'm happy to see this amendment and we'll be voting yes on it.
Thank you for that. Counselor Carpenter.
And I too feel like Councilor Hightower, I am excited that we've gotten to where we are. And I believe this is honestly a really good compromise and is based on provisions that are in many, many communities nationally. But kind of speaking specifically to this oversight, and I want to re-clarify what Attorney Blackwood said. I think the correction would be the ordinance shall exempt from this provision, meaning the provision of termination of tenancy for lease expiration, and then continue on with say subject to mitigation provisions. These properties, but not limited to, and so, and I can write that out if we want. I'm just perplexed about the process to how to get that sentence introduced. But I believe that was the intent. So how does that happen?
So we would have to vote on this amendment first, Councilor Carpenter, and then we would be able to entertain further amendments to the amendment as amended. So does that make sense? So we have to take a vote on this amendment first, and then to accept, and then to further make further changes, offer further amendments after that point.
Okay. And this is an amendment to the very original language that came from the Charter Change Committee.
Yep. And so what Councilor Pine's motion was to strike all of that amendment and replace it with this text that is on board docs, and that's that first document on board docs.
But I guess I'm unclear. Are we striking the amendment that Councilor Hightower had originally introduced, or are we striking that and the language from the Charter Change Committee?
So you're striking the entire motion, all the language that was initially proposed, and then you're inserting this entire language in it as the amendment in its place. Which would then change the original document that was initially introduced. So,
Point of information, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Pine.
The amendments that came in our last discussion a week ago that Councilor Hightower offered are being essentially replaced with that original wording as well. And we have the thing that we agreed on in committee is what we're voting on, replacing those, the previous version plus the amendments that were being discussed a week ago. So we're starting new with this as our version to start with. Then amendments would come after that.
Are you clear, Councilor Carpenter?
I think so. I just want to be sure that we're given the opportunity to correct this, what appears to be an oversight, and I'm just trying to figure out how to do that, I guess.
Sure, yeah. So we can come back to that after we vote on this, but by council rules, we can't continue to make just endless amendments on amendments. So we gotta take this one first. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this amendment? Go ahead, Councilor Shannon.
Thank you. As a procedural matter, I just want to state that it's possible to vote no on this amendment and then introduce a new amendment with the preferred language. So once we vote on this, there's another opportunity to make a change.
Yep, yeah, that's another way you could do it. Exactly, yeah. Councilor Freeman. Okay, anyone else on this amendment? I should say amendment to the amendment. We ready to vote on this? Okay, will the city clerk please call the roll on the amendment to the amendment?
Councilor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councilor Jang?
Yes.
Councilor Freeman?
Yes.
Councilor Hanson?
Yes.
Councilor Hightower?
Yes.
Councilor Mason?
Yes.
Councilor Paul?
Yes.
Councilor Paulino?
Yes.
Councilor Pine?
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
No.
Counselor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy,
Yes.
11 ayes, 1 nay.
Okay, so the amendment to the amendment passes, and we are back on to the amendment as amended. So now, councilors, if you'd like to offer additional changes to what we just did, this would be a time that you'd be able to do that. Councilor Pine.
I was going to ask our very capable city attorney for language that would get us where we want to get here.
Okay, Attorney Blackwood, are you able to provide some language that would?
Let me give it a try. Okay, on line 21. To delete so line 21, keep the word exempt, keep the word from, delete the words some or all of its provisions, and replace those with the words this provision. Keep subject to mitigation provisions. Then delete properties such as and replace it with these properties. I'm still working on the end of the sentence. I think we would try it with just leaving the rest of the sentence there.
Okay, so Attorney Blackwood, are you able to read the sentence as it would read, the full sentence as it would read amended?
In addition to the exemptions in Chapter 137 of Title IX, the ordinance shall exempt from these provisions, subject to mitigation provisions, these properties, but not limited to sublets and in-unit rentals, B, owner-occupied duplexes, et cetera, to the end.
Okay, so Councilor Pine, you have the floor, so is that what you're looking for?
I think these properties or the following properties would also work, correct?
Yes.
Maybe a little cleaner just to say the following, because these gets into what's the these refer to. I think the following makes it clear that it's about to be listed. So I think
Good
that
idea.
would just, yeah, a little clearer.
Point of order.
Yep.
Yeah, Councilor Shannon, go ahead.
Would it be possible to I'm having trouble following the words, and I didn't know if it's possible to have it written as we're having this discussion and debate, so we're deleting
Sure.
stuff on screen. Is that
Yeah,
possible?
that's fair. I think that would be helpful. Is there, Attorney Blackwood, do you have the ability to share your screen, or should?
Well, the problem is I have to get a version that I can write on first. So let me try to find that.
I'm also happy to do that.
Okay, Councilor Hightower, if you're able to do that, that would be wonderful. I will.
Thanks, Mr. President, for bearing with us. This is a process that requires us to. It's not smooth and clean, but it is just what we need to do. So thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. We'll figure this out. So let's wait just a second so that we can get this up, because I don't want to just introduce and have a motion and then not have people know exactly what the motion says. Oh, thank you so much, Councilor Hightower. Really appreciate it.
On screen.
President Tracy, point of information.
Sure, go ahead, Councilor Mason.
Am I correct that there's not a motion on the floor? We're waiting for the document up before Councilor Pine's making his motion?
Yeah, Councilor Pine has the floor, and before making the motion, he wants to would like to make sure that we're able to see what the language change is per Councilor Shannon's request. So we're just getting that up, and we'll be able to make the motion just so that everybody can see that motion. Did you have?
Yeah, may I just have the floor for a second to ask, or I don't want to have to go back and make an amendment, but to the maker of the motion, I might look look at the language about these types of properties, because with all due respect, a sublease is not a type of property. It's a lease agreement involving a parcel. A sublease in an in-unit is different than triplex, duplex. So I don't know the right language, but I don't think it's accurate to call a sublet a property.
Okay, thank you for that point of information. So we have it up on the screen.
A comment to Councillor Mason, would it be properties with sublets as opposed to just sublets? Or Councillor Attorney?
Yeah, I would defer to Eileen or City Attorney, but I believe the intention is it doesn't apply to subleases as a, which is regardless of whether that sublease is for a one-unit apartment or an entire, single family home.
Okay. Attorney Blackwood.
Yeah, I think the construction that we ended up with was saying those properties, such as these. Yes, that is. We do have to do a little bit more editing. Councilor Hightower, can you edit the version you have up there?
Yes, I can.
Okay, because I have the actual resolution language that we could put up as opposed to that document that you're working from, which is not the actual resolution language.
You want me to edit this instead?
Yes, because then we can refer to
order.
You can refer to line 21.
Okay. All right. So looks like we have this up now. Councillor Pine, you have the floor if you'd like to make a motion to amend.
Oh, I think we were still working on exact wording, but as City Attorney Blackwood suggested, line 21, after the word from, we delete some or all of its provisions, instead say this provision, comma, subject to mitigation provisions. And the next was going to be the following types of properties, but I think Councillor Mason pointed out that that is rather vague terminology that doesn't accurately depict all of these situations, because some of these are, in fact, contractual lease arrangements, not types of properties, I think is what he was saying. And I would look to.
Well, so we could, yeah, we have to, I think what we would do is add, if we say subject to mitigation provisions, the following properties, and I haven't figured out what to do with the but not limited to, that's a piece. A, properties with sublets and, sorry, those with sublets and in-unit rentals would be parallel, what we do later.
So after, yeah, it needs, after the word provisions, it needs, oh, I see you're replacing it, got it.
Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay, so.
What I'm not sure, so, but if you go back, that's good, those with sublets, yeah. But if you go back above to the line above where after subject mitigation provisions.
You faded away from your microphone, so I just.
Yeah, you're a little bit.
I'm sorry, I put my hand in front of it. After subject to mitigation provisions, if you insert the words, comma, the following properties.
Yes.
And delete such as, and the comma, sorry, delete that comma, and then such as, delete that.
Is that what you said?
Delete such as, yeah.
Oh. Delete such as?
Yes. Sorry, delete such as. Okay, and then we just have to figure out what to do with the but not limited to. I guess, I mean, we could leave it, it's a little awkward, but you can probably, it's not terribly good grammar, but you can probably understand what it means.
Could I make a suggestion? That's a point of information, I guess.
I had Councillor Hightower had her hand up before you, so but I can come to you after that. Councillor Hightower, did you have a point of information?
Just a little bit, just because those with sublets, I'm sorry, because it's, if those with sublets means that the entire property is then exempted from this, as opposed to the sublet agreement.
Those units with sublets is what it should say then.
And it should probably say subleases, so.
Yeah.
Point of information. Sorry to do this on the fly. I think the answer to the question is moving that language, subleases and in-unit rentals, after provisions on 21, such that it would say the ordinance shall exempt from, this provision, subject to mitigation provisions, comma, subleases and in-unit rentals, and then get into properties including but not limited to. I think solves it. Councillor Hightower has the same concern I thought of.
Right.
That would work as well.
That would work too, I agree. Yep.
Okay, so.
That's the motion.
So we have, so moved by Councillor Pine. Thank you for that. Thank you, Councillor Hightower, also for helping us with this. The screen share makes it so much easier to understand, so that everyone is clear on that. So we have a motion. If there's, can someone please say a second? I can't see everyone right now because I'm in screen share mode. If you want to second it. Do we have a second to the motion?
I'll second it, President Tracy.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Paulino. So we have a motion and a second on the language that is up on the screen.
I think the following is now out of place. I think you want to say, the ordinance shall exempt from this provision, subject to mitigation provisions, sublets and rent and in-unit rentals, as well as the following properties.
Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so is everybody clear on this so that we can go out of screen share mode?
No.
So, okay, we can.
I don't want to lose the screen share. I'm sorry, President Tracy.
Okay, it's just a little challenging for me to manage the debate and make sure I'm watching everyone with that. So who?
President Tracy, could we get an email version of this maybe so that we can have it on our own screens?
Sure, yeah. If Councillor Hightower, are you able to just do what you're doing now and just grab that and send it to councillors real quick?
Absolutely, and that's in the document as well.
I would copy the whole thing, as there might be more.
I'll send both the document and the specific text.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And if you could also add Lori Olberg to that as well, so we could throw that on board docs, that'd be great. Thank you so much, Councillor Hightower, for helping us with this. Okay, Councillor Pine, did you want the floor back? I'm sorry.
Yeah, just real quick. We're trying to get the language right. We're doing the best we can. I would just acknowledge that this is to then be subject to further review and hearings, and we can change it at another point based on those based on the testimony in our hearing. So I just wanted to acknowledge for the council and for the public that, you know, we're trying to get it as good as we can, and it's important that we get it as good as we can tonight, but we also need to recognize that there's still a process to getting the language finalized. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. All right. There are other councillors who wanted to speak to this amendment.
I just wanted.
So Councillor Shannon to be followed by Councillor Paulino.
I was just wondering if we could have a brief, 5-minute recess so that we could review the language, because hours went into this in committee, and the language came out, and it was, mistakes were made in terms of the makers not understanding the language. And I want us to carefully review this language so that we know that it's saying what we think it's saying. And for myself, I just need a few minutes of thinking about it, if that's okay.
Sure, I will be happy to grant a 5-minute recess for counselors. So it's 7:10 now. I'd like for us to come back to this amendment in 5 minutes at 7:15.
Thank you.
people were able to take a second to review that language and are now clear on it. Councillor Carpenter to be followed by Councillor Hightower.
Just a clarification for Attorney Blackwood. The exemptions in Chapter 137, Title 9, say that generally a list of properties like hospitals and nursing homes and dormitories are exempt from effectively landlord-tenant law. So our intent is to call that out. So I just want to make sure that that stands as a whole, that we're saying those type of properties would not be subject to this ordinance.
No, it's saying there. I think this change that you're making is saying they're not subject, they're exempt from the requirement that the definition that just cause does not include termination of the lease at the termination of the agreement at the end of the lease. It's not generally, it is now not generally exempting though the types of properties that are exempted from Chapter 137. It's not generally exempting them from the entire ordinance now.
So should that be written differently? I mean, our intent is to not include those type of properties.
Yes, it should be written differently. I'm trying to get back there now.
Should that be a whole, like an additional sentence or something? In addition, exemptions identified in Chapter 137.
Oh, I think we took care of it in the first paragraph.
Oh, okay, maybe we did.
All set, Councilor Carpenter, or do you?
Yeah, because we said residential tenants as defined in Chapter 137.
So do we need it on line 20? Oh, I guess it's actually you've taken care of it. You're saying by those defined in the first paragraph, that just narrows it to what I'm going to call regular residential, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, great. I have Councillor Hightower.
Great. I just quickly wanted to clarify for the public. I don't think a mistake was made. I think that there was ordinance language crafted, or not, sorry, charter change language crafted by Eileen, which the majority of the CD&R committee preferred because it was not as strict. So it's not that I didn't notice that meant it didn't necessarily have to be that provision. I just didn't have a problem with it per se. But that said, I think this change makes clear what we intend to do, and therefore it's a adequate change. I don't think fundamentally it would have changed what the outcome would have been once this went into an ordinance process, if we get that far.
Okay, so I don't have anyone else in the queue. Councilor Shannon, go ahead. Councilor Shannon?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilor Tracy. As I mentioned, there's an emergency in my neighborhood that's distracting me at this moment. So if you can just kind of give me a minute. Why does subject to mitigation provisions need to be in this? What
Whom
does
are you
that
asking the
mean?
question?
If the makers or Attorney Blackwood want to respond, I'm fine.
Okay, Councilor Pine, go ahead.
Yeah, well, what we discussed is that exempting these properties could still put tenants in a really difficult place and cause hardships. And so the mitigation is intended to in fact just mitigate those impacts. So giving a longer notice period, covering relocation expenses, those are the topics we discussed.
Councilor Shannon, you have the floor.
I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Okay. The floor is open.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Councilor Shannon.
I'm sorry. So what is the logic in these particular exemptions? If the concern is for tenants who are unjustly, their lease is unjustly terminated, why does it make a difference whether it's owner occupied or not owner occupied?
Well,
Councilor Pine, go ahead.
I will attempt to. I would just add that the research into similar just cause eviction measures across the country and in the province of Quebec and in virtually every country in Northwestern Europe is that these are common exemptions that try to balance the needs and the interests of both parties as much as possible, recognizing that when someone owns a property and they are going to move into that property, that is an option that ought to be preserved. And that if an immediate family member needs to move in. So these are listed as issues that are typically found in just cause eviction measures across this country and across all the other countries that provide this level of protection. So that's simply what it is. And if Councillor Carpenter or Hightower thinks that I left anything out about why these exemptions are here, then I would open it up to them as well.
Okay, I'm seeing some nodding. Councilor Shannon, you still have the floor.
Thank you. I understand the others, but it seems like the owner-occupied duplexes and triplex, the reason that's in there and that's common is because owners would not want to live next to a problematic tenant, but neither do other tenants. And that's kind of the baseline problem with this provision, is that it prevents you from removing a problem tenant. And so I'm just kind of wondering, why is a resident property owner getting a privilege that other tenants would not get?
Are you asking this to the maker of the motion
Anybody
again?
who wants to answer it.
Okay, Councilor Hightower.
Yeah, I'm happy to take a stab at this. I actually didn't agree with putting in owner-occupied duplexes and triplexes for the reasons that those property owners wanted it. I think it's because our city tends to prefer owner-occupied buildings because those are the ones that tend to be better preserved and to be better maintained, which is something that our city wants to see. So if it is a policy initiative that the city wants to see more owner-occupied duplexes and triplexes, it makes sense to regulate those less in order to make that an incentive. That is the reason that at least I personally wanted to see this on the list.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're still on the amendment to the amendment as amended. Further discussion? Ready to vote? Okay. Will the city clerk please call the roll on the amendment to the amendment as amended?
Counselor Carpenter,
Aye.
Counselor Jang,
Yes.
Counselor Freeman,
Yes.
Counselor Hanson.
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you. Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
Yes.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino,
Yes.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
Counselor Strongberg,
No.
City Council President Tracy,
No.
9 ayes, 3 nays.
Okay, so the amendment to the amendment passes. Now we're back to that original amendment as amended. So that includes the initial changes that we brought, and then this additional amendment that was brought. Now both of those have been brought into this amendment. We're back to debate on that. So we're not yet back to the original resolution, just so for folks in terms of following it. Is there further discussion on this amendment as amended twice? Go ahead, Councilor Shannon.
I'm sorry, I'm just procedurally a little confused. And again, I apologize because I'm a little more distracted than usual. The amendment is it's a strike all, it's a strike all amendment that has now been amended with this new language. So I was confused when you said we're not going back to the original.
Right.
I'm confused. I'm sorry. If you can just say it again, President Tracy.
Yeah, so what we did is we had an initial amendment. We struck that amendment through an additional amendment, which then replaced it and brought us to that amendment. Then there was a further amendment to what the changes that were made. That passed, and so now we have the amendment as amended that second time, which is what we just did. So now we're back to that motion on that, because we're not back to the underlying yet. So it's essentially taking another vote on what we voted on the first time plus the second time, which have both been brought in at this point. Does that clarify?
Thank you. I feel I'm usually the ace on these procedural things.
You
and I'm
are,
kind of
it's
losing it
true.
at this moment,
You really
so I
are,
really
yeah.
appreciate it.
No, it's getting complicated. So does that clarify, Councilor Shannon? Okay, yeah, so we're back to that. And then, so it's the two pieces that we just voted on. So we're essentially, if we go to a vote right now, we're voting on both of those combined again. Is there further discussion on that?
I guess point of information, Councilor President Tracy, are further amendments out of line until we take this vote and go back to the underlying strike all?
So we've already voted on the strike all. That was accepted. So that text, it was a strike all and replace.
Fair enough. I guess I'll be simple. If I were to like to make a motion to remove the ability to exempt or not be able to use the end of the term, it's unclear to me whether now I'm to make that motion or I have to wait.
You could do either, Councilor Mason, I believe.
Okay. I would like to make a motion then, and forgive me, I'm not sure what line numbers we're using anymore, because we have on the PDF, if I may call it up, it was lines 19 through 25 as it's been amended twice now based on this conversation or our earlier amendments. And that, just to be clear, that this is the language that I'll read the unamended language, but it's such ordinance shall exclude from just cause the expiration of a rental agreement as sole grounds for termination of tenancy in the remainder of that paragraph. And would ask for the floor back if there's a second.
Okay, so we have a motion. I'm sorry, can you repeat the motion that you'd like to do?
I would make a motion to strike line 19 through 25 on the PDF. Okay. I respect that that's not the actual language because it's been amended twice, but it's okay. That paragraph.
Okay.
Point of
Thank
order. Can we have that back up, please, President Tracy?
Sure. Yeah, that's a fair request.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hightower. So you can see lines 19 through 25, that's that paragraph, and you can see the amendments that were made.
Thank you. So right, based on the screen in front of us, the motion would be to delete lines 19 through 25. And again, I would ask for the floor back after a second if there is one.
Okay. Is everybody clear on what the Mason motion is?
The Mason, I wanted clarity on if you could literally read the amendment on the floor, and then we could understand that this is amending that, this is amending that amendment. I think that would help clarify, President Tracy.
Yep. So it is just striking those lines that we just changed. Well, it's striking that entire paragraph that's now highlighted on the screen. So that entire paragraph would be deleted from the resolution.
He's amending an amendment, and my question is, what's that underlying amendment that he's amending?
So the underlying amendment was the two pieces it's the two pieces that we already voted on, which was the strike all and replace, and then the additional clarifying amendment that was again provided, that we just debated and voted on, that had to deal with the paragraph that Councillor Mason is now saying you would like to remove.
Okay, well, I will second Councillor Mason's motion. I'm not 100% clear that we haven't gone too many amendments down the road, but if you say so.
Okay, I mean, I'll allow it here. And then, I mean, either way, I mean, it's this, if we voted on this again and then went back to the original motion, Councillor Mason would still be in order to do that. So I'll allow it here. So we have a second to delete lines 19 through 25. Councillor Hightower, if I could just ask to go out of share mode real quick. Great, thank you, and really appreciate you bringing that back up for us, just so we're all clear. Is there further discussion on the amendment that is on the floor?
Sorry, do I get the floor back after the second?
You want the floor back? Yes, go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you. I wanted to explain what I was doing. First, I do want to acknowledge the efforts of CD&R, and in particular, Councilors Pine and Carpenter, who have, I think, done, as Councilor Hightower as well, done a tremendous effort getting this to where it is. This proposed amendment, though, reflects a concern that I've had since this discussion started, and I have shared repeatedly with Councilors Pine and Carpenter in particular. I am having, and to me, this makes the difference of whether I'm able to support this or not. I have a fundamental challenge as a lawyer with, a signed lease agreement with a stated year, end of term, simply on a matter of public policy being abrogated. So, no lease. You can't go in knowing the end of, the end of the term is the end of the term. Unless you have something else, material default, etc. I'm an attorney who's practiced for 20 years, and while I don't do eviction work, I certainly have worked with a number of my clients, and the way that, and they often come out of not so much a material breach, as Councillor Shannon was alluding to before. It's a tenant where something's not working. There may be personality conflicts between that tenant and other tenants, personality conflicts between the landlord and the tenant, things that might not rise to a level of a material default, which is what this is requiring. And when they reach out, in order to address that, one of two things typically happens. Either they wait till the end of the term, depending on where they are in that lease term, or if it's a real big issue, they'll often simply pay that tenant in order to leave. Because the eviction process, there's not a default, or the eviction process is so long and expensive that it's cheaper to simply pay a tenant to leave. My concern with what we're doing here is we've increased that payment, or we will have increased that payment. no one will know with a challenging tenant or a relationship that's not working that they have the ability to basically at the end of the term allow that to to end and bring on someone else. I think this will be fine for our large landlords, who have outside counsel who are going to be able to look at this and modify lease agreements and pay attention. The people that I'm worried about are those who have been emailing me, the small who own 1 unit or 2 units, who are very concerned that, this is going to stick them or leave them unable to end a tenancy that is not going well for that landlord. The other challenge I think this presents is, like it or not, most of our rentals are on the academic student cycle, on a 1 year. And the consequences of not being able to get out at the end of that are fairly expensive. Having a tenant leave because they can, not because a landlord was able because it's the end of the term, means landlords may be renting in November, or February. And the challenge there is that those landlords are often stuck with a vacant apartment, until the next cycle comes up. So I respect all the work that has gone in, but for me, this has been a yay or nay. And I believe, based on at least those that I'm hearing from, that the public, or at least those who are involved, heavily involved on the landlord side, are very focused on this. And I don't think it's an unreasonable request. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carpenter.
I appreciate Councillor Mason's point of view, but we just fundamentally disagree. This amendment just guts the whole thing. So you might as well vote no against it. If you don't support the just cause concept, which is people should be given a cause for being asked to leave and should be able to have some kind of due process, then vote no. But this, I don't really see this as an amendment. I see this as wanting to defeat the concept. And I understand philosophically, there are people who have problems with that. This is a concept, though, that has worked to increase stabilization, reduce evictions in hundreds of communities. It will require the landlord to do some extra work. It's going to require them to have a really good lease and have really good due diligence and property management. And that is a change. It has worked in many communities. So I don't really see this as an amendment to refine it. It's an amendment essentially to defeat it. And that's really, I respect that, but that's what this amendment would do.
Okay. Any further comments on the amendment? Councillor Shannon, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. What Councillor Mason has just addressed with this amendment are some of the things that we heard from many people who gave testimony at the Charter Change Committee. And the landlords that came to the Charter Change Committee, to my knowledge, they were mostly small landlords. They were not the big landlords in town. And I've heard it stated that when this has been presented at NPAs, that this will cause big landlords to sell, and small small mom and pops are going to buy this up and be better landlords. But that was not consistent with the testimony that we heard at the Charter Change Committee. And so I just want to address some of the things that we heard, questions that were raised with regards to the amendment being proposed. Will this cause undue hardship for small landlords, possibly leading them to sell to large landlords? That was a rather common theme. If I have a tenant who is harassing another tenant, but doing things that are hard to prove or legal, such as displaying Confederate or Nazi symbols, hate speech, lewd comments in ways that are offensive or threatening to other tenants, will I be able to get them out? I think the answer is no. What does a lease mean if it's not a limit on tenancy? And Councillor Mason spoke to that. Should a landlord be required to give a tenant a lifetime contract? Isn't that something to be negotiated between landlord and tenant? There's a long history of cities that have tried to construct lifelong obligations and rent control only to see properties suffer from poor maintenance and decreasing value. How will that outcome be avoided? So there's more, but I will leave it at that for this portion of the debate. And I do support Councillor Mason's amendment. Thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Stromberg.
I would move to call the question.
A motion to call the question. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Paulino. Motions to call the question require 2/3 and are non-debatable. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councillor Carpenter? This is no against Councillor Mason's.
So we're just calling the question. If
Oh, okay, then call the question, yes.
Counselor Jang,
Yes.
Counselor Freeman,
Yes.
Counselor Hanson,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
Yes.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino,
Yes.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
Counselor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy,
yes.
12 ayes.
Okay, so the motion to call the question passes, and we are now on to the vote on the amendment. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Could you state the amendment?
The amendment is to strike lines 19 through 25.
Oh, right.
The city clerk,
Counselor Carpenter,
No.
Counselor Jang,
No.
thank you.
Counselor Freeman,
No.
Counselor Hanson,
No.
Counselor Hightower,
No.
Counselor Mason,
Yes.
Counselor Paul,
No.
Counselor Paulino,
No.
Counselor Pine,
No.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
Counselor Strongberg,
No.
City Council President Tracy,
No.
2 ayes, 10 nays.
Okay, so the amendment fails. We're back to that original amendment as amended. So the first strike all and replace, as well as the additional amendment that took place. So any further discussion on that? Councilor Shannon.
So we can now talk not just about that paragraph, but about the entirety of the new strike all amendment, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So what is I want to just be clear, we still don't know what the amount of rent control or rent increase that's going to be determined in a future ordinance, correct? We don't have any further information on that, correct?
Are you looking for an answer from the committee? I see Councilor Hightower with her hand up. Councilor Hightower?
There is no rent control proposed as part of this. Rent control is blanket across the market. This will be decided for individual cases. And no, there is no way, there has been no decision on what that would look like.
This will be, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. This will be decided what?
This is for individual, so there will be no parameter saying that the market as a whole can't increase and individual properties can't increase based on a certain market-wide rate.
Can I continue?
Yes, go ahead, Councilor.
So then one person might be able to increase their rent $500 and another person might not be able to increase their rent $100, or how do we know that that's equitable, and that if there's not a set amount or standards or linked to something, it's decided on an individual basis? How do we know that will be decided equitably, and who will it be decided by? Who is the deciding body of that?
Councilor Carpenter, did you want to answer that?
The intent of the language, and I believe this meets the test, is to provide further definition of what's an unreasonable rent. So it's unreasonable rent, not rent, unreasonable. This is modeled after what the entire state of New Jersey does, which is if a landlord comes to a tenant and says, I'm just going to double your rent with the intent of removing you from the apartment, that would probably meet the term of unreasonable. In the New Jersey case, and we've not defined it, they look at market comparability, they look at landlord expenses. I mean, there are varied ways to do this, and you'd have to prove intent, but the goal is to look at it as sort of a retaliatory factor, and the tenant would have to make their case in the court that this is unreasonable. Again, it's modeled after what has worked in the entire state of New Jersey. There are some states who just do a blanket percentage, and we specifically chose not to go that route, and wanted to really focus it on individual cases that where there might be abuse or retaliation.
Okay, Councilor Shannon, you still have the floor.
Thank you. So to be clear, rent increases will now have to be litigated by the courts to determine whether they are just or unjust. I think that that's really problematic. As it is, our court system is so backed up that in Vermont, very much unlike New Jersey and all the other states we're looking at, I think, it takes usually about 6 months to get somebody evicted in Vermont from the statistics I've looked at. In other states, it's typically 1 to 3 months or less. In some cases, you can get somebody out sooner than that, but the reason is the whole process you have to go through. And if you now have to go through a court process just to raise your rent, I think that that's quite concerning. If we wanted to have something like that and we wanted to provide a board as an arbitrator, that seems like a much better solution to this. I also want to speak to the need for this, which I don't think, this kind of started in the CDNR because a housing policy reform resolution was sent to CDNR after the housing summit. And this suggestion is not one of the recommendations that was sent, though it was addressed, and there were other ways to remedy situations where a tenant does potentially have to move out through no fault of their own. And oftentimes when a tenant has to move out through no fault of their own, it's for the exact situations that are being exempted, which include the owner wants to move in. There's many times when a lease comes to an end and a tenant is asked to leave because there's very much cause. It's just hard to prove. So it goes maybe into that no cause category. But in fact, we're not even really talking about evictions. We're just talking about the end of tenancy. So I just want to read something that came in an email that I think kind of gets to these points as to the need. Vermont Legal Aid has indicated that over the last 5 years, there have been approximately 368 no-cause eviction cases in Chittenden County courts, or about 74 annually. We don't know how many of those Chittenden County cases were actually Burlington disputes, and what other factors may have been significant in any Burlington cases. We also don't know how many leases in Burlington expire every year with tenants and landlords mutually agreeing to end their relationship and part ways amicably. Without collecting more data, we don't know if no-cause evictions represents 0.1%, 1%, 10%, or more of the annual rental turnovers in Burlington. Before the City Council asks for new authority to regulate rental owners beyond current state law, they should first understand the nature and the scale of the alleged problem. More problematic, I think, is the effect of this on good tenants. Oftentimes we have buildings where one tenant is disrupting everybody else in the building. And those things are the kinds of things they may be doing, as I just said, are legal. Things such as displaying Confederate or Nazi symbols, hate speech, lewd comments. We heard testimony that one tenant sexually assaulted the child of another, and the victim didn't want to press charges. So without being able to prove a case, it's very hard to get that tenant to move on. And in that case, the victim is the one victimized again, because they're going to have to move. They can't live in this situation, and you can't get that tenant out as a landlord. So tenants can very much be victimized by what's being proposed here. So I will not be supportive.
Okay, Councillor Pine.
I want to just touch on a couple things. Throughout the 1980s, every single time that tenant advocates and their supporters came forward with a proposal that had anything to do with taking a little bit of the scale and trying to even it out a little bit to give tenants a little protection. Honestly, the word rent control was said so often that our mayor at the time would say, let me just be very clear. When we're going to do rent control, you will know it. We will tell you in big letters. Okay, so this is not rent control. I know Councillor Shannon would like you to think it is. This is actually one of the loopholes that all policies in this country, you have to deal with rent. If you don't, it is the biggest loophole to drive a tractor trailer through. Okay, so let's be clear what we're talking about here. We're talking about closing a loophole that gives tenants a little bit of protection. And if you don't know how destabilizing evictions are for people, please take some time to go to evictionlab.com, go to Matthew Desmond, read Matthew Desmond's book about evictions. It is one of the most destabilizing things that can happen to people. So please don't turn this into rent control, because that's not what we're talking about. That's a really misleading argument. Secondly, we don't know how big a problem this is, because guess what? Many of these no-cause evictions happen through a phone call or an email or a conversation in the yard that says, we're going to end this tenancy, you need to be out, period. They don't go to court. So the notion that we have to go to the courthouse to find a record is sort of like saying, oh, well, domestic violence, you know, the numbers aren't that high. Well, what we don't know is that the majority of domestic violence cases don't ever get reported. So the data is not necessarily a thing we need to be going with. We hear advocates tell us over and over again, this is an issue that we have to address. So you may not like it, and that's fine, we can disagree with it, but please don't portray this as something that it isn't and attempt to say, well, you're going too far because you're taking away some rights. We are taking away some rights, and guess what? There are times when the rights of those who have very little power need to be bolstered. We're bolstering the rights of those who don't navigate well in the market because they don't own property. That's what we're trying to do, and I think we, as a community, I believe our voters will support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pine. We're ready to vote on the amendment as amended. Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to a vote. Will the city clerk please call the roll? This is on the two pieces that we already passed. So the initial strike all and replace, and then that additional clarification. We still have to get back to the original resolution and vote on that, which is again, essentially the same thing, but you know, this is the sort of procedural step. So will the city clerk—
Are we voting to change language at this point, or?
Nope, we've already taken a vote on both of the amendments. This is just, we amended an amendment, so we are back to that original amendment as amended procedurally. So we're not changing anything.
We're voting whether we want to strike all and replace it with this.
So this is, no, this is we already voted on that, Councillor Shannon, and this is that original motion as well as the second amendment that was put forward that dealt with the line 21, those changes and those shifts. So it's those pieces. We've already voted on both of those amendments passed. So it's this combined amendment, and then we get back to the original resolution as amended.
Can you just state what the amendment is?
So it's that the larger amendment that was on that was on board docs that we debated at first. So that's that first document. And then that was changed based on an additional amendment that was forwarded related to the paragraph that starts on line 19 and had to do with exemptions. That amendment passed. So we have this is a combined amendment to the original resolution that's inclusive of both of those pieces that we voted on. And then should this pass, that would bring us back to the original motion for a final vote on this to bring finality to the item. Does that clarify?
Yes, so I think we're voting on this amended language to strike all of the original language.
Yeah, so it's a strike and replace with what we voted on, what we've been discussing for the last 2 hours.
Thank you.
Okay, is everybody clear and ready to vote on this? Okay, will the city clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Carpenter,
Yes, to support this with the amendments.
Counselor Jang,
Yes.
Counselor Freeman,
Yes.
Counselor Hanson,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
No.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino,
Yes.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
No.
Counselor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy,
Yes.
10 ayes, 2 nays.
Great. So the amendment as amended passes, and so now we're back to the original motion on the resolution. So this is is there additional discussion on this? Okay, great. Seeing none, let's go to a vote on the resolution as amended. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Carpenter,
Yes.
Counselor Jang,
Yes.
Counselor Freeman,
Yes.
Counselor Hanson,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
No.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino,
Yes.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
No.
Counselor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy,
Yes.
10 ayes, 2 nays.
Okay, the resolution passes. So that moves that forward in the charter change process. And as Councilor Pine indicated, and this will be the same for any other charter changes that should pass just for members of the public. So what this then means is that we have a series of public hearings. Those will take place in January, where folks are able to offer comments on what we have just passed. Based on that commentary, further changes can be made, but only based on that commentary that is received in those hearings. And then there's a final vote on placing it on the ballot, as well as the short form language on the ballot to go on the ballot. That's the question that appears later in January prior to finalizing. So that just to clarify kind of the process for charter changes going forward, just so that folks can follow it. And that's true for other ones that we're going to be debating tonight, should they advance. So with that, that brings us to our next item on the agenda, which is item 6.03, which is a resolution on the police. Councilor Freeman.
Thank you, President Tracy. I'd like to move to waive the reading and adopt the resolution and ask for the floor back after a second.
Okay, we have a motion on the resolution, a second by Councilor Stromberg. Go ahead, Councilor Freeman.
Great. So I think first, if it's okay, I know we're going to want to speak on the resolution as a whole, but because I had prepared a series of revisions per input from counselors, as well as commissioners, the police commission and community members, I wanted to propose those first, if that's okay, to walk through those to sort of, it's a little clunky, but I wanted to get to those first, if that's okay, and then I think we can kind of move on to the underlying resolution after that.
Bit of information.
Councillor Jang.
Yeah, if this is the case, would it be wiser for Councillor Freeman to share her screen so she can go through all of this?
If you want, yeah, I did, and these are also, they're emailed and on board docs, but if you want me to share the screen, I
Yeah,
can.
I mean, for the member of the public, so they know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that sounds good. Can you see my screen that has like 4 million Word docs open?
Yes, thank you
Can
for
you see
sharing
it?
that so quickly. That's awesome. Yeah. So wait. So you've introduced the resolution. Can you just please clarify which?
Do you want me to move? So the version, so because we referred this from the Charter Change Committee, that would be the one that is on the table right now. But there have been revisions that have been requested by, again, commissioners, community members, counselors. And so I wanted to put those forward as a slate. Those have all been sent out to the entire council. I sent them actually in like a kind of a revised version, but I don't want to really introduce a revised version since this is coming from the committee. So I'm just going to introduce them as a slate of revisions. And that's the language that you see here. And
So-
it's the exact same thing as the revised version that I had sent out.
Okay. So you've introduced the original resolution.
Correct.
Got a second on that, and so you're introducing these as a slate of amendments that you would like to.
Correct.
You're making a motion right now.
Please.
Okay. Excellent. Okay.
Okay, so I move, so I'm going to move these proposed amendments. Can I just go through each one for the sake of counselors and the public, if that's
Yeah.
okay? Even
Yeah,
though I
that'd be
know we've
wonderful.
all gotten them, I think it would be helpful. And just so everyone knows, the lines that are referred to in this amendment are consistent and correlate with the line numbers that were sent from the Charter Change Committee. From that version. We've had like so many versions and the line numbers always get changed every time you open up a new Word doc and try to change anything. So I'm just going to use that one for consistency. So on line 19 in the whereas at the end, I added this clause to reflect these changes that we are making and as part of these revisions. So that it's, whereas the Joint Committee, City Councilors, and the public continue to commit on the language and offer suggestions consistent with the proposal referred by the Charter Change Committee that are reflected in the following language. So then on line 77, I'm going to move to strike the sentence, members shall be entitled to the same compensation provided to city councilors under this charter. That was a request that was made that we changed. Can I just go through them? Is that okay? I don't need to explain. Okay.
Yeah, please keep
okay.
going. Yeah.
If people have questions, that's fine. But okay, so on some of these, I just did a strike all and replaced it because it was easier. So on lines 85 through 92, I struck all the language under the section of that says diversity, and I made some changes. These changes are primarily that the sorry, getting tongue-tied. The makeup of the board is now the numbers have been pared down. So where it said 3, it's now 2, and where it had said 2, it now says it should say 1 if I did it correctly, or maybe I did this wrong actually. I'm so sorry. This is what happens when you're working with multiple versions. That's what it should say. All of the 3s became 2s and all the 2s became 1s. That was a request that was made. And also per some requests about the selection, or sorry, no, about the makeup, I also made it, it's to the extent possible. And that's to create ease around filling the board. For lines 94 through 101, I also am going to strike all and replace it. There was a request. This language had been pulled from Chicago, and it went back 3 generations in terms of prohibiting law enforcement or people who have ties to law enforcement to be on the board. That was something that we saw in a lot of the research around this, that to limit it. but people felt that 3 generations was just excessive for our community. And so we pared it down. So that's been limited to just 1 generation, and then to like household members, if you're a current law enforcement officer or have been a law enforcement officer. And then there was a request to add also that people disclose their relationship to law enforcement. On line 103, there was a request to add the term legal before immigration status. So that has been added for clarification purposes. In section 108 to 114, that was struck and replaced with the selection process. There was some requests that the selection process be changed. So this now reverts it, or not reverts it rather, but many of our commissions and boards are appointed through the city council with the mayor presiding. And so this sort of uses that process as opposed to the former process, which was to have civic organizations become an appointment board and appoint members directly. So on line 130, we also added, I'm saying we because a lot of people worked on this. We also added that the mayor would still have the authority around the chief of police, and there's a bit of distinction there because legally the chief, even though they're the department head, are also they're law enforcement officers as well. They're regular, they do regular police duties. And so this was sort of to reflect instances in which conduct would be reviewed by the board, but would also have instances in which like incapacity or neglect could be reviewed by the mayor as a department head and by the council. And so that was sort of to indicate that there are different circumstances in which the chief of police would be sort of under review, and that there are different cases in which you'd want the mayor to have authority, and then also the cases in which the board would have authority. So after line 239, we add a clause G. This would be that the director would be hired at the discretion of the board, which is a change from the current language. Also strike the line that had said that they shall be a director of the board, and was changed, replaced with have an appropriation adequate to conduct the work of the office. And then after line 255, add F. And this was also requested to hear from the chief or their designee as part of an investigation by the office and receive any recommendation the chief deems appropriate related thereto.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me walk through all of those.
Okay, so we have a slate of amendments that was moved by Councilor Freeman. Councilor Freeman, if I could just ask you just go out of share mode real quick. Appreciate that. So we had a slate of amendments. Is there a second to those amendments to the original motion? Seconded by Councilor Hightower. Councilor Freeman, did you want the floor back to speak?
Just to say that I appreciate the amount of input that's gone into this process. Of course, I worked really, I was very involved in the underlying resolution. I think there are aspects that I see that I really like still about the original version. This isn't a council of 1, this is a council of 12, and it's a community of many thousands. So we're working forward to find a solution for the city. And that's where I think some of these changes came from. And, I have my personal opinions on them, but these are some revisions that came from broader input.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilor Paul.
Thank you, President Tracy. I would appreciate it, given the fact that we have seen these, Councilor Freeman did get us these amendments, these changes in plenty of time, and I appreciate that. It did come in this afternoon, and I was hoping that maybe you would be amenable to calling a 10-minute recess so that we might have an opportunity to digest these a little bit further than perhaps we have.
Certainly, I think that's totally reasonable. So it's 8:09 now. Why don't we come back together at 8:20 as a council? So I'll give folks a little bit of time to just adjust everything and review those, and then again come back at 8:20.
Great. Thank you very much.
And if councilors can reconvene, we are getting started again. Okay, is everybody back? Just want to make sure. Again, counselors, trying to get us back to the debate. So if you could please rejoin and turn on your cameras. Again, can counselors please just rejoin? I just want to make sure that people are part of this, are back at their computers.
Thanks, President Tracy. I appreciate it.
Okay, let's see a couple. Just looking for, just want to make, okay, Counselor Mason and Counselor Paulino, are you with us?
I'm here.
Okay, cool, awesome. It looks like we have everyone back. So we are on debate on the initial resolution, and we're debating the amendments, the slate of amendments, I should say, that was introduced as part of the initial introduced after the initial motion by Councilor Freeman. Is there discussion of that slate of amendments? Councilor Hanson.
Sure, yeah, and I have thoughts on the overall resolution, but I'll save those until we get through the amendments. I think Councilor Freeman was very gracious in how they put forward these amendments and just overall their willingness to work with others and compromise in order to get this really important policy over the finish line. I think overall, the slate of amendments, from my perspective, somewhat weakens the resolution. And I really agree with and take seriously some of the feedback we heard and that we heard at Public Forum last week, and that we've been hearing around sort of the level of work that has gone into this, not just from Councilor Freeman, but community members, and the level of diligence in crafting such a complex oversight body and structure. And I definitely want to kind of give voice to just the frustration of, this has been out there for a while. It is complicated, and it seems like, some folks really waited until the last minute to make these substantive changes. And I think that is really challenging for folks who've been working so hard on this for so long. And yeah, I just want to thank Councilor Freeman for kind of persevering through that challenge and, finding a way to try to get this resolution over the finish line. So even though I think overall the amendments are a bit weakening, I'm interested in overall getting this thing done and doing what we need to do. And I think that's what this is about. So I'll be supporting the amendments and can speak more to the overall resolution after we get through the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Councillor Shannon.
I just want to speak to that last comment that people have been late in commenting on this, which I think is wholly offensive. People have, this has not been out there for a while. It was referred to the council, you know, like the week before our last meeting when we were supposed to be debating this. It was referred to the council. It wasn't even referred to the joint committee before going to the council. There has been no opportunity for police commissioners in particular to engage in this. And I think they have absolutely gone out of their way to effectively comment despite the handicaps they have been saddled with in this process and how they have been excluded from this process. We have a BIPOC police commission, and they've been virtually ignored, including in these amendments. These amendments are not responsive to our own BIPOC police commission's comments. I do have one question with regards to the amendment, which is the line 103, add legal before immigration status. Well, I have two questions. So the first question is, there was discussion in committee and a decision was made that people should be allowed to serve who were not legal immigrants. And just wanted to clarify, you know, how this fits into the document. Is it a requirement that they be legal immigrants in order to participate in the board? Because it's not, that's not clear to me that that's actually a requirement. That's one question. And then the other question is with regards to organizations. Our discussion in the Charter Change Committee, initially that was nonprofits, but then it was determined that people wanted to include groups that were not formalized. And so I wanted to find out from the city attorney, as we didn't further define this, can a group of people from, say, the Battery Park movement define themselves as an organization? Like, how would you define yourself as an organization? Simply through the application process, you come to the city council and you say, I'm the Lakeside organization and I want to participate in this process, and you would thereby be considered even though you're legally unaffiliated. Is that correct?
You're looking for answers to both questions from Attorney Blackwood, Councillor Shannon?
Yeah, sure, that works.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Blackwood?
As to your question about the organizations, the charter change does not address that. It doesn't answer your question. And I don't remember what your first question was, sorry.
So it doesn't preclude a not formally organized group from participating in this.
Right.
I think that was our understanding, and I just wanted that to be clear to the council. And then the other question is adding the word legal. We had discussion that it was desired that illegal immigrants would be allowed to serve, but now they must have legal immigrant status in order to serve with this amendment. Is that correct? It's on line 103.
In the, well, I guess the, I think there are two places that the change is made. One is in, one is in the section called diversity. And that change seems to require a diversity of people with legal different kinds of legal immigration status. And then there's a change in the line that says members shall be residents of the city of Burlington regardless of legal immigration status. So that seems to say that if you are undocumented, that you would be able to serve on the board.
So then maybe could Councilor Freeman explain why that change is there and what was the purpose of that?
It was made as a request. I think it was to clarify. The intention was not to change the legal, ramifications. It's still meant to be regardless of immigration status, whether you have formal documentation or not. And Attorney Blackwood, my understanding is that putting in the term legal immigration status on line 103 does not change. It says regardless of immigration status, legal immigration status. It means the same thing effectively, but I think the person thought that it was more clear to include the term legal immigration status. That was my impression.
Right. I think it's the earlier change that does change the meaning of it a little bit.
Which line is that? Because that's not in the motion that I made.
Okay, maybe my numbers are different, so because so I may be looking at a different version. I'm looking.
Oh, up in the diversity section.
Yes.
Was that changed as well? I made it by mistake because there's just a lot of words.
It is on the version that I'm looking at. So
it says legal immigration status is changed.
Yes.
And you think that would change? That
Yes.
would.
Because that says asking for a diversity of legal immigration status.
Okay, that's a mistake then. That must have been that's a typo. That's not intended. It might have. So.
Could you read the line one, because our numbers are messed up? Can you read the line 103 that it's intended to apply to? Because
it's only supposed to apply to line 103. It's not meant to be on line 86. It's just that's just a mistake. That must have been a typo, because it's not meant to change the intent, basically. So if I made that mistake, it's very possible, but that wasn't my intention. My intention is to leave the board open to anyone. So I can go. Do you want me to share?
President Tracy, maybe my suggestion would be that we move on to other comments, and maybe Councilor Freeman can kind of sort through that.
Okay. Sure. I had Councilor Jeng in the queue next.
Thank you. So thank you, President Tracy. I think it is exactly the same exact language, because in the beginning, immigration, a diversity of immigration statuses, meaning from my perspective, that there are asylees, they legal and they here. There are students, they have B1 visa, they here. K3 visas, they here, right? There are permanent residents. All of those are immigrants with legal statuses, right? So to me, when we say diversity of immigrant status, it means that all of those that are legal and that are here, they should be able to serve in the board. I think the clarification should be that.
Okay, I don't have anyone else in the queue to speak to these slate of amendments. Councilor Freeman, go ahead.
There's no objection from the council since that was a typo. Can that be, or do we have to make a formal amendment to this amendment, or can I mean, I don't want to mess up any procedural stuff, and whatever you think the correct procedure is, that's absolutely fine with me. But to be clear, that wasn't.
I think that you should probably move to amend, because it was.
Okay, I'll move to amend to take out the typo in line. Let me go back to the screen where I have the original line numbers. Yeah, line 86. So that it's so it doesn't prohibit anyone, and Councilor Jang, to your point that it is meant to encompass as you're saying, anyone, visa, any sort of level of documentation, or it encompasses everyone the way that it's written. And if folks are supportive of that, then that would be what we would be putting in the language.
Okay. So,
Councilor Jane, go ahead.
yeah, basically, you only striking.
There was a motion, and then I'm sorry, Councilor Jane. There was a motion to amend. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Hanson. Now you may go, Councilor Jane. I apologize.
Yeah, I pass. It's good.
Okay, sorry about that. I just wanted. Okay, any further discussion on this amendment? Councilor Shannon.
I just want to say I don't agree with it, but I don't want Councilor Freeman to be saddled making an amendment she didn't intend to make. So for that reason, I will support this.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this?
I appreciate catching the error, Councilor Shannon.
Okay, anything else? Okay, let's go to a vote on this amendment. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Carpenter,
Couldn't hear you. I'm sorry, Councilor.
Councilor Jang,
Yes.
Councilor Freeman,
Yes.
Councilor Hanson,
Yes.
Councilor Hightower,
Yes.
Councilor Mason,
Yes.
Councilor Paul,
Yes.
Councilor Paulino,
Yes.
Councilor Pine,
Yes.
Councilor Shannon,
Yes.
Councilor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy,
Yes.
12 ayes.
Okay, so that amendment passes, and now we're back to the original slate of amendments as amended. Is there further comments on the slate of amendments that have been proposed? Councilor Shannon.
Under the current amendments, people who do not have legal immigration status would be allowed to serve, correct? Because that was what we just amended. Got it. Thank you.
Further discussion of this slate of amendments?
Yeah, I mean, I think, do I have the floor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think I do not want to put people with no immigration status. I do not want to give them the ability to interact with the police and with ICE, or to just anything that's legal. I mean, I think for their protection, they should not be allowed to participate. Because it can have detrimental consequences for them. And I'm talking for their protection, to not be arrested or deported. And I don't even know if those with no legal immigration status can access city email addresses with .gov in it. I think those are a little bit problematic to me. But at the same time, I can let this go. But at the selection process, I think we have to be extra careful in making sure that those we will appoint in this board, each one of them have legal immigration status. I just wanted to put that on the record here. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Freeman.
I hear your point, Councilor Jang. I just wanted, I don't want to debate too much of go back and forth, because I know we have plenty to get to tonight. This request came, from my understanding, from someone who does not have legal immigration status and requested. So I think my understanding is that people will just choose at their discretion what feels safe for them, and I feel okay with that. But that is where this request came from. It came at the charter change level. Someone came and spoke and requested that we add it. I just wanted to provide context. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, any further comments on this slate of amendments? Okay, seeing none, will the city clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Carpenter,
Aye.
Counselor Jang,
Yes.
Counselor Freeman,
Yes.
Counselor Hanson,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
Yes.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino,
Yes.
Counselor Pine,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
Counselor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy,
Yes.
12 ayes.
The slate of amendments passes, and now we are back to the original resolution as amended. Is there further discussion? Okay, Councilor Freeman.
Yeah, if it's okay, I did want to speak to the resolution as a whole. I'm pretty excited and also pretty emotional to be bringing this to the council floor tonight for a vote. It feels really exciting. It's also been a really involved project. There have been so many people. I mean, Councilor Stromberg and I didn't know, I never thought we would actually have this many charter change meetings. We met, every week for hours. We heard just tons and tons and tons of testimony from the public. I know the council has been deliberating this issue for quite some time. It's something that came up during the special committee that was created that I served on, that Councilor Shannon and I served on. This issue has been debated for quite a long time, and it's just really amazing to see us getting to this point where we're really moving this proposal forward. And I feel really honored to have been part of that process. For me, so a lot of I wanted to speak to some of the sort of influence that came out of the model that is being put forward. And the process in Charter Change Committee, we went over the memo from Attorney Blackwood, which went over a lot of different models from across the country. We looked at, consulted with the ACLU. We looked at models of this is just, there's so many different resources that I could pull on that we sort of looked at. NACO was another one that came up, which is the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. And beyond that, I think what has been so incredible about this process has just been community members who have really stepped up and came to Charter Change with, literally like specific line items, like they were like online 300, not 300, whatever, 113, right where it says that, can you change that exact, word or change that exact sentence? And it was really incredible to see that level of civic engagement on this issue. I would also be remiss to not mention the incredible work that the Battery Park Movement has done to support this and bring their voice to the table. It's a community group that has worked so hard to really prioritize the voices of historically marginalized folks and center those voices in these conversations. And it's just been really amazing to be a part of. So I just wanted to speak towards the overall model. If I can just run through it really quickly, and then I'll make a closing statement, and then I'll be done, I promise. Let me just pull up the right where I have my, it's too many Word documents open. Okay, so I just want to go over like sort of the bare bones of the model. It's a board of 7 members. Those members are appointed by the City Council with the mayor presiding, and those nominations are civic organizations have input into the sort of who the City Council and the mayor votes on for those board members. The board has the power to investigate and discipline mostly pretty like higher and mid-level infractions of police officers. And this is coming right from the resolution. That includes complaints of excessive force, abuse of authority, unlawful arrest, stops and searches, other unlawful acts, discourtesy, disrespect, offensive language, theft, discrimination, or untruthfulness by police officers. This was something that we went back and forth on. It was originally that the board would manage all complaints and all misconduct, but we actually thought lower level complaints could be handled internally, but we did still leave the board the right to appeal those decisions and allow them to have this an independent and external investigation if they so desired. The board has the discretion to hire staff, so that could include a director, independent legal counsel, investigators. That office of investigation would review civilian complaints, would review issues of misconduct, and they would present that to the board, who could hold hearings. Both the office and the board has the authority under this model to subpoena witnesses. That's sort of the summary of the model that was created through this proposal. I really strongly believe that this model and this proposal that we put forward is the right step in the right direction. I I feel like in a lot of these conversations, I have probably seemed like I'm kind of been yelling from the rooftops that I think accountability is really important in what we're doing to eliminate and mitigate police violence. It's a really, really crucial part of this equation. And that's why I feel like this oversight model and having a strong oversight model is something that we really need as a community. This model, I'm just gonna, the main principles that I want us to keep in mind as we move through this process, is that the board is completely independent with investigatory and disciplinary power, that it has adequate funding and resources, that it has community representation and transparency. And that is ultimately what I think is retained in this model, and why I will be supporting this proposal and any proposal that sort of keeps to those core principles. That's what we heard from community members over and over again. It's what the ACLU has proposed. It's what NACOL has. It's very similar to the principles that NACOL espouses to. You know, those are really the core aspects, and I think we've really retained that in this model. So that's all I'll have to. I'm going to say. I'm glad we're here. I'm curious to hear, you know, the debate, and excited to put it to a vote. So thank you.
Great, thank you for that additional introduction. Are there other comments on the resolution? Councilor Stromberg.
Thanks, President Tracy. Yeah, I cannot speak highly enough of Councilor Freeman. Being a new councilor this year, which is just incredibly unique of a year, but you know, we've seen so many things happen in our community and truly eye-opening things for a lot of residents, and we're all moving through this experience. And I just want to say that Councilor Freeman has really brought a lot of grace and empathy and just so much true engagement. I mean, the most meaningful engagement that you can ask for in a community, and help facilitate that in such a healthy way. So I'm so inspired by Councilor Freeman and so many organizers and organizations and activists, and you know, way too many to name, people I've met through this process that are incredible. And we owe this to them, and we owe this to all of the effort and time that has gone into this resolution that Councilor Freeman has taken. Truly, I mean, I know a lot of people have put in time and effort into this project as a whole, but it takes courage to really bring something so big and so needed, so overdue, forth. And I am so, you really like just should be that textbook example of what it should be a real counselor, representative, or what have you. I'm so proud to work with you, and I'm almost tearing up here, so I'm gonna get off, but I really appreciate everything that you've done to make this possible tonight and to bring it to voters. So thank you so much. Thank you all.
Okay, Councilor Pine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank everybody who worked on this, the community members, counselors who didn't always agree in charter change, worked really hard to get us here. But I think it's also that important that we remember some of the tragedies that have occurred in Burlington, and it's not a unique, unfortunately, it's not a unique situation. In the United States, every year, Campaign Zero says about 1,000 people die at the hands of police. And granted, some of those folks are armed, but over 65% are not armed. And I just want to point out, in November 2013, Wayne Burnett had a shovel and he approached some officers in a menacing manner and was shot 4 times and killed on the front lawn of his mother's house in the New North End. The city ended up having to pay a settlement of $270,000 for that particular tragedy. 2016, Phil Grennan, his biggest fear was that someone would come into his apartment and assault him. He was shot in his own shower. He was killed in his own shower. And a recent report says that that was an entirely preventable situation. I think we all know how Douglas Kilburn ended up after an altercation in the parking lot at our hospital. I think what we're trying to grapple with here is that we as a society have accepted violence as an acceptable way to deal with our problems. And the police are not unique this way. I don't want to put it all on the police. They reflect the culture and the society that we've created. We need to do everything we can to move away from that society, that type of culture, to move towards caring and compassion and finding a way to resolve these issues without resorting to violence. That's what we need to do. And part of doing that is holding ourselves to the highest standards. And one of the ways to do that is to ensure that independent people get to review cases and issue decisions that have real teeth. We've seen over and over again that when the legal system and when law enforcement is vested with the power to police themselves, the same outcome continues to happen. We can't keep doing the same thing and expect a better outcome. We've got to build new models, and this is a new model. It may not be the perfect model, but we've got to try something, and I think this is getting us in the right direction. And so I just want to say thank you to everybody who's worked on this, and a public acknowledgement and apology to the families of Phil Grennan and Wayne Burnett and all the others who've been at the receiving end of essentially brutality. And I want us to dedicate ourselves to making that a piece of our history that we never repeat again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. I have Councilor Carpenter to be followed by Councilor Jang.
Thanks. I really appreciate all of what Councilor Pine is saying. I strongly believe we need an independent body to support and help us with how discipline is enacted. But I'm struggling with the level of detail in this proposal, and my personal sense that we haven't gotten the level of input on the detail that we need, and is there another way to do this? And for instance, I thought originally we were starting with an oversight model. Now we have a control model. There's a lot of things in there, and I'm frustrated that as much work as everybody's done, that the proposal or a proposal to perhaps make this somewhat simpler and really put that on the ballot, put the authority, the permission for the city of Burlington to develop an independent oversight board on the ballot. Let's agree to do that, but let's spend all of the time we need to work out all of the details. Councilor Freeman said any and all complaints can be investigated, but then later said, well, probably the low-level ones wouldn't be. I mean, there's all of that kind of thing that I think we need to be clear on. How does this board relate to the internal human resources of the department, the everyday supervision of an officer? There's just so much that we need to work out, and we're close, I think, in the conceptual perspective that we need to get rid of a few things in the charter, like the police chief's sole authority to hire and fire. We need to fix that. We do need a mechanism for an independent board. We need permission to do that. But I'm feeling just very uncomfortable with some of this, the level of detail we're proposing today, which will now be totally embedded in the charter. I personally would love to see us maybe continue the discussion for a while tonight, but maybe table our vote so we can have more conversation among us. One of the original requests the council had from a few months ago was that we have a discussion of the various models, and we've only been talking about one model. And so while I strongly support all of what we have said and Councilor Pine said on the need for an oversight body, I think this proposal is too detailed and really puts us in a place that I think will be very difficult to maneuver away from.
Okay, I have Councilor Jang.
Thank you, President Tracy. And I think we all thank you from Councilor Freeman. I'm saying this because particularly I just love her consistency around this issue. This is not today, this is not yesterday, but she has been very consistent about social justice, about criminal justice. I think I love that about Perry. Do I agree with her all the time? No, absolutely not. But the consistency is here. And I think this is nothing other than asking the voters to weigh on this. In June, we passed a resolution cutting the number of police officers with no input from the community. But this one is going to the community. We haven't bound ourselves to anything yet until after the voters say, move forward. Do I like it? Do I don't like it? But this is something that I will ask my constituent to vote in support for this. And I think in the mayor's memo that we all received that called actually this meeting, the mayor by himself said it, quote, I am committed to forging a new consensus on policing that has the support from both the community and the police department. How do we know the community support this if we do not put it on the ballot? How did we know? We cannot know. That's the only way for us to find out. And I think, again, Perry Freeman, I love the aspect of her listening, because the previous version was not something that I would support. That one was too radical, or let's say too harsh to the police officers. But here, it is giving even the power, if this passes, it's giving the council the power to select who are those 7 members board. Right? She listened also to the police commission about the pay, why this is the only board that will need to be compensated at the same level as the city council. I think all of those are concrete and ways that Perry Freeman showed us we can do it if we come together. I will be supporting this. Not only that, I will be also working very hard to make sure it passes. Because if it doesn't work, we can come back to the drawing board and change it. If we don't see this has any use, or they don't even receive any cases complaints about police use of force, should we reduce them from 7 to 5, right? Should we even dismantle it and give that power to the police commission? This is a learning. This is like a laboratory. We have to learn. We have to start somewhere. And she did the research, and she got so many support from so many people. And I think we all need to rally behind this idea and see where it's going to get us. Thank you, Perry Freeman, and thank you for all those that supported you in this journey. And this, again, is not new. In 2018, this was a subject of conversation at the committee, Public Safety Committee. I was member, I believe, Pine and Roof. And city attorney can attest to what I'm saying. We had only one page that says the police commission is already doing this. And today I find out that actually the police commission don't even access the complaints that come online. They don't even see it. They just receive report. This is the way forward. And I hope that the council will give their constituents the chance to weigh on this. Thank you, Perry Freeman. Thank you all.
Councillor Jang, I have Mayor Weinberger to be followed by Councillor Paulino.
Thank you, President Tracy. For weeks, I and members of my administration have been expressing two things. One, support for changes in the charter that would remove the near absolute power of the chief of police to administer discipline. And two, that we have been communicating that we believe the Charter Changes Committee's proposal, which goes beyond what was called for in the June 29th Racial Justice and Economic and Criminal Justice Resolution that this council passed unanimously, that the work of the Charter Change Committee was headed in a week ago, after concerns about this proposal were raised by our citizen police commission in an extended meeting. Sorry, the Thursday, I believe, before last week's meeting. After that, in the hope that we could salvage something before the deadline passes that would meet the goal of addressing this problematic part of the charter, I put forward an alternative proposal that would, knowing, and I do want to point out, I was criticized for putting it forward last Monday. It was pretty clear last Monday that there was going to be no action last Monday night. The council would be deliberating and acting on it. That proposal would add subpoena authority and independent investigatory, and ultimately the authority to override the chief on serious disciplinary matters to the police commission. Such a proposal was consistent with the direction that we've been moving in as a city for years, really. We have been steadily increasing the authority of that police commission body. And some of its new authorities and powers have only been in place since August. And it has only been a body that is properly representative of the full community for a little over a year. The recently added powers came from recommendations from the consensus of the Committee to Review Police Practices, a 7-month multi-stakeholder process with 15 members that represented a broad variety of perspectives around the city. The proposal that I put before you would have made the commission still stronger and given these other recent changes a chance to succeed before we threw out all of this work of recent years and decided that a totally new direction was needed. I made that proposal. We need structural and cultural changes in American policing, and we have a lot of work to do to root systemic racism out of law enforcement, and creating a disciplinary system, great community oversight and legitimacy is one of the many steps we must take to achieve this. President Tracy, I'm just going to pause. I got some indication that my connection might be problematic. Are you having trouble hearing me?
Yeah, Mayor, yeah, it's a little bit, it's getting a little spotty.
Okay. Jordan is here and is going to try to make a change. We are having trouble with this connection.
Okay.
Hold 1 second. I'm going to try to come through a different camera here. Apologies. 1 more second. All right, President Tracy, are you able to, is this better?
There's a little bit of an echo, Mayor.
Okay, still now, I thought we turned off the feedback, but you're still having problems.
You can still hear a little bit, you still sound echoey.
Is that any better? I've ended the other connection.
Yeah, that was clear. Thank you.
Okay, I apologize.
No worries.
Thank you for your patience. So I'm not going to go back to the beginning. I assume enough of that came through. I'm just going to say I made a proposal for change because I believe we need structural and cultural changes in policing, both certainly nationally and here in Burlington. We have a lot of work to do to root systemic racism out of law enforcement, and creating a disciplinary system with great community oversight and legitimacy is one of the many important steps we must take to achieve this. I've been calling for a charter change that would address the chief's near absolute discipline authority since last January, and very much hope what the council brought forward would be something I could support. After weeks of no adjustments to the proposal, just a little more than 2 hours before the council meeting, Councilor Freeman offered a number of changes to her proposal. I appreciate that today's changes do represent some material improvements, and I certainly appreciate all of the hard work that many people have put into creating the document as it currently stands. Unfortunately, especially when the broader context of policing in Burlington right now is considered, I cannot support the proposal as it currently stands. This draft will exacerbate 2 serious problems that the city faces right now. In several months, the mayor elected on March 2nd will need to appoint a permanent police chief. Our ability to secure a top-tier chief to lead the department through the transformations that are necessary will be dramatically negatively impacted by the current language, which would grant the new board many causes under which they could remove the chief. Further, I am concerned that police chief candidates will have serious, perhaps decisive concerns about taking a position without certain disciplinary authorities. The current language of the proposal allows the board to claim virtually all disciplinary powers for itself, and I believe that will be problematic for strong future police chiefs. Secondly, the current proposal will continue to put decisions about officer discipline fully in the hands of a board with no requirements for professional qualifications or mandate that they will hew to predictable standards. Who among us would be willing to pursue a career under such uncertainty? The passage tonight of the current language and the placement of this language on the ballot will further deepen the crisis we are facing in our sworn officer ranks. We face the likely possibility of needing to curtail policing services from what Burlingtonians expect
in the months ahead as a result of a decision by a bare majority of this council to cap our sworn officers at 74, a 30% reduction from what it previously was. Passage of this charter change will accelerate departures from the department and the day in which essential police services will need to be cut. For those two reasons, I will be unable to support this charter change unless significant additional changes are made. And I regret that. As Councillor Jang noted, I do think now is the time for us to forge a new consensus on policing. Our community very much needs that new consensus. And this charter change was certainly and still may be an opportunity to forge an important step towards that new consensus. This resolution as it currently stands, however, will not do that. It will drive us further apart and it will badly hurt our imperfect but professional, carefully built and skilled Burlington Police Department. I hope the council will take this remaining opportunity to steer a different course.
Okay, I have Councillor Paulino in the queue. Got you, Councillor Hightower. Go ahead, Councillor Paulino.
Well, it's hard to follow the mayor, but I'll give my best shot. I just want to take a step back. I think that this is a good opportunity, given the mayor's speech, to take a step back, to put things aside for a second and think what we're doing here. All right, we're doing a lot of important things, and I'm very proud to be part of that. I think we all agree that we have a good police department that needs more transparency and accountability, and I think we all share that goal. But I think there's a certain level of irony that the way forward, which is what this resolution does, is to over-police the police because of their history of over-policing and misuse of police resources. So the way to fix that history is to micromanage them and to over-police them. And I'm not making this up based on whim or feeling. That's what's written in this resolution. It says, line 32 through 35, it says, any non-probationary member of the police force may be disciplined or removed if found to have become incompetent, inefficient, or incapable from any cause, is or has been negligent or derelict in their official duty, and is guilty of any misconduct in their private life, and any misconduct in their official life. Or, if that wasn't broad enough, for any other good reason or just cause. I don't know any job that would have that in their contract. I don't know any law that would force an employee to work under conditions under that. I please prove me wrong, but I have not or heard or seen that. I don't know who would sign up to serve any job under that, much less wear a bulletproof vest and a firearm, and be forced to make split-second decisions that impact their own life, other people's life. And I think that when it comes to policing, as the mayor said, officers need to know what they're going to do. And they have about less than 1 second to make that decision. And that's where the consistency part comes in. An officer needs to know what resources to use in what encounter, and they have very little time to think about it. And when we over police that, we create confusion and hesitation, and that can create danger for the community, for the officer. Maybe he makes the wrong decision, he's not sure. So I think the intent is good, but I think that line is something that is really concerning to me. And we're talking about the police here, not another job. The other part that further really bothers me is the fact that no person who has had law enforcement experience can serve on the board. And again,
hindsight's 2020, you know, we're going to have this board Monday morning quarterbacking, again, split second decisions, life and death, you know, with deadly weapons involved, and all the people that will be Monday morning quarterback that decision made at the time will never have made that same type of decision in the moment as a law enforcement officer or have that experience. I cannot support that. Thank you, President Tracy.
Thank you. I have Councillor Hightower
Can I
next.
just make a point of information really quickly?
Sure,
I
go
know
ahead.
that there are a lot of counselors in the queue, but I'm trying to find the line item, Councillor Paulino, but I just wanted to give a point of information for the council. One of the things that you just mentioned is actually already in the charter. So it's already the standard, but I'm struggling to find the line item. It's in section 189. It's lines 40 through 43. It was already in the charter, Councillor Paulino, or is guilty of any misconduct in his or her private or official life, their private or official life. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that. It's not, we didn't change anything by adding that language. We just gave the powers to the board instead of the chief of police. So I wasn't sure if that was a confusion, point of confusion. So I just wanted to clarify, but that was just put to the authority of the board instead of to the police chief. That's all. I know there's a ton of counselors in the queue. I just wanted to make a point of information quickly.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Hightower in the queue. I'll follow that up with Councillor Jang.
Yeah, I just wanted to reflect on the note that came from police commissioners. It was drafted by Stephanie Seguina, who is one of our police commissioners, and then agreed on by the majority of commissioners, because it's been brought up a few times. And they had a list of concerns, the first of which is that this board creates a new structure rather than using the police commission. I personally think that is fine, one way or another, because they currently are the appeal board. We would have to create a second board one way or another. We'd have to have two different bodies, and so for them to be not the oversight one, doesn't necessarily, I think, as the police commission, they might be a little bit biased as to who gets that power, but we would have to create it. There have to be two bodies. Their second concern was that the proposed model of civilian oversight does not fit Burlington, and I think they meant both in size and in substance. I think Councillor Freeman, in her revisions now, addressed certainly some of the concerns that I had with the ability to pare down and make it the board and function and office a little bit smaller and make it Burlington size. So I think that at least the size concern may not have been addressed for all commissioners, but certainly was addressed for me personally. One of the recommendations that the Joint Committee had was to have the National Association of Civilian Oversight and Law Enforcement review this before it goes on the before it goes in front of the voters, which we still have time for. And they gave a initial review that was extremely favorable. Another concern had been that it didn't provide a role for the police chief. I think this amendment does provide that role. There was a concern between how this interacts with the police union. I think that's something that we'll have to figure out as time goes on. So I just want to I guess, as a lot of this discussion was had in joint committee, I think folks had concerns. I think this proposal doesn't address all concerns. I don't think it will address everyone's concerns in all ways. I do think it addresses a lot of the more substantive concerns we had, both around selection and around right sizing. So apart from that, this is me half relaying the police commission and half just speaking for myself, and I want to make sure those two things are separate, but I certainly will be supporting this. I do think, to Councillor Dang's point, there's we don't know, or I guess we probably do know that this isn't the perfect model, and that in the future there will have to be changes to it, but I think it's the time to do something. And I understand that makes a lot of folks uncomfortable, but I think generally when you make the move towards addressing an injustice in society, and whether that's racial justice, gender justice, it makes folks uncomfortable. And I think that's okay. So I will be supporting this, and also want to thank everyone who put a lot of work and thought into this.
Thank you, Councillor Hightower. I have Councillor Jang next.
Yeah, I just had a point of information, but it seems we missed it. I just wanted Councillor Freeman to highlight that language that Councillor Polino is concerned about is currently an existed language in the current charter. And I think I just wanted to make sure that it come out clearly to all of those listening here as well. And Councillor Freeman, can you come back to that, please?
Councillor Freeman, go ahead.
Yeah, so that language, because there was a request, or this model was to shift to independent investigation and discipline, the language that was in the charter regarding the powers that had been formally given to the police department per the police chief to review and discipline. So that language around, it's on line 41 in our draft. It says, whenever it shall appear to the chief that any member of said force has become incompetent, inefficient, that's right. Inefficient or incapable from any cause, or is or has been negligent or derelict in his or her official duty, or is guilty of any misconduct in his or her private or official life, or whenever any well-grounded complaints or charges to such effect are made in writing to the chief by a responsible person against such member, the chief may investigate and, after appropriate notice and hearing, a hearing, dismiss such member from the force, order reduction rate, or suspend the member without pay for a specified time period in excess of 14 days. So that language was mirrored after it was stricken here to be the power of the board. There were some other small changes, like instead of using binary gender language, actually, that we changed it to their private or official life to be more inclusive. Which, we had the opportunity to do it, so we did. But those parameters were already they were already part of the jurisdiction of conduct that was being evaluated, but we have decided in this model that that we want an independent board to review that conduct and make that discipline. So that's where that language came from.
Thank you.
All set, Councillor Jang? Okay, Councillor Paulino.
So to respond to Councillor Jang, I appreciate you asking that question. Yes, that language was there, but the arbiter, the judge of that, those very broad terms, first of all, I didn't vote for that charter change. That's what I'll say to that. Those terms are not defined. And when you're turning this over to a board that will not be law enforcement officers, you should define those terms. They should be clear. They shouldn't be left up to politics, to sentiments, to whims, and to feeling. And they're very broad terms. And I think that when they're entrusted to the chief of the police department is a much different term than when you're turning it over to a 7-member board. So just to further clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. My thoughts on the overall resolution are aligned with Councillor Carpenter's, but I did want to respond. I've heard 2 separate councillors make reference to the ease at which this can be amended, stating it's not a perfect model, we can amend it. To be clear, our opportunity to amend it after the charter goes onto the ballot is not a simple change. It would require, again, a citizen vote, approval of the legislature and the governor. So for that reason, I respectfully push back on this assertion that a few have made that although it's not a perfect model, let's get this out and we can amend it going forward. It is not a simple process to amend. We would be stuck with this for absent, voter approval, legislative approval, and governor signature. Thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Jing to be followed by Councillor Pine and Paul. Go ahead, Councillor Jing.
Thank you, President Tracy. And I think it is important to also clarify that when I say that, yes, if this is not the best model, then we will come back to the drawing board. And of course, it is lengthy process that got us to where we are right now. And the willingness to, again, go to the same process to make the changes until we all feel that this is right. And I think where we are right here, again, is to send this to the voters of Burlington. That's what charters, that's what we should do. And that's why we all need to make sure it goes there. And see what's gonna happen. If they say yes, it goes to the legislature. If they say no, then we come back again and do something else. It has to be an independent body, different from the police commission. And I think that's a point Perry Freeman and all of us are trying to make. Thank you.
Councillor Pine to be followed by Councillor Paul.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I ask, as far as what we have ahead of us, today is December 14th. We will hold hearings in January. Based on the testimony in those hearings, we can change language.
Yes,
and
that is correct.
That meeting is the 21st or I'm sorry, I don't know when that meeting is in January. So what do we have for sort of a absolute drop dead date for changing language?
Attorney Blackwood, are you able to clarify that?
Yes. So right now, what we have scheduled is that the two public hearings would happen at your meetings on January 19th and January 25th. And that following the public hearing on the 25th, you would make any changes then, because you would not have another meeting before the final ballot has to go out. When you ask me about drop dead, okay, you probably could have a meeting later that same week, a day or two later if you absolutely had to. But again, I just urge you that, the later you go, the more likely we are to make mistakes when we're trying to get the ballots finalized. And so we really would really want to have your meeting on the 25th, have the last of it so we can get the ballots proofed and to the printer.
Thank you, that's helpful. So I just want to point out, we do have, I don't know exactly, but it looks like about 5 weeks until we actually have to finalize the language. So in that sense, we do have, if there's some fatal flaw that comes back to us, we do have time to rectify that language. I would also just ask for a moment to sort of give a quick, I won't be long, but a quick history lesson on the origin of commission form of government quickly. The city ran for 100 years after the initial progressive era, when the city decided we have to get citizens overseeing these city departments because they're running as little fiefdoms. Then we had commissioners who ran departments to the point where they were actually ordering equipment and getting overly involved in running departments and basically controlling departments to the extent that they were telling the mayor, you actually don't get to tell us what to do. You can create the budget, but Mr. Mayor, you don't get to tell us what to do because we actually oversee the chief or the department head of any departments. So we then, as a city, decided get away from that form of governance, and we created a little bit of accountability around the idea that the mayor is held accountable for the department heads that report to the mayor. In this one instance, what we have decided, I believe, as a community is with the issue of policing the police, that's one area where we've decided we need to shift the way we govern ourselves. I believe the community is ready for that conversation. I think we should trust the voters to have a really robust debate about this. And if this isn't the path, if we need to do something different, we will know that on March 3rd or 4th or whatever the day is this year. We will know that soon enough, but we've got to put something forward that moves us along and really attempts to rectify the situation that we have, where there's a real disconnect that is causing the community great sense of of lack of safety and lack of trust, lack of accountability that is really damaging the faith in our approach to law enforcement in Burlington. So I think this is that moment where, 20 years ago or 15, 18 years ago, the city decided to move away from the true commission form of government, where the commissions ran the departments and instead put the mayor really in the driver's seat of appointing department heads. But now what we're trying to say is this particular instance is really different and calls for a different response. And so it's time to update and modernize the way we're doing it. That's why I think this makes sense right now.
Thank you. I have Councillor Paul to be followed by Councillor Carpenter.
Thanks, President Tracy. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I appreciate all of the comments that so many people have made this evening about this very important resolution. I think there's universal, well, maybe I shouldn't say universal, but there is a broad agreement in this community that we need, that the police should not be policing themselves, and that we do need an oversight board. I was really, I felt that, having this as an oversight board made a lot of sense to me. That's what they're doing in Madison, Wisconsin, and I know that that was one of the models that was looked at by the Charter Change Committee and perhaps by others. They have a civilian oversight board, they have an independent oversight monitor, and while I don't know that that's a perfect model, I think that it is something that is working, I believe, in Madison, which obviously is not Burlington, but is working in another community that many of us point to as one that we admire for a number of reasons. I did want to, I wasn't sure that I followed everything that a few people have said, but I do think that, the number of details that are in this resolution are problematic, not because they're good or not good. It's not about that. It's more because of the way that we can react as a community if we find that they're not working. And, putting them in charter, despite what anyone may think, is not a simple process to then go and undo what we later find is not working. And I do have a question. I noticed, I haven't looked recently to see who's on in the Zoom meeting, but either for the city attorney or was hoping also that the director of police transformation, Kyle Dodson, is hopefully on in this meeting. When you talk about a model, it means that you are looking at, you are not copying, but you're looking at other versions and creating a model for a community. And at least that's what it means to me. And so what I'm struggling with is trying to find a model in this country that effectively takes away all authority to really deal with the chain of command for the chief, that effectively the chief that is not the end of the line. The chief can be overruled fairly unilaterally by a civilian control board. And so I'm just trying to understand what communities have that model, and was hoping that one or both of them could speak to that, because I know that they've put time into looking into that.
Okay, Attorney Blackwood.
So there are many, Burlington used to have a police commission. There are many communities around the country that have police commissions. Those police commissions can overrule the chief on discipline matters and some other matters. So there are many models, and then there are other boards that have been created in the years since that can overrule. Even as written today, our police commission, if a police officer were to bring an appeal to the police commission, they could overrule the chief. So in terms of your question, there are lots of models where civilian boards can overrule the chief. There aren't a lot of models that contain all of these elements and this investigative authority and all of the different elements that are contained in this particular model that we have before us.
Okay. I don't, thank you very much, Attorney Blackwood. I don't know. I know that a lot of work has been done by the Director of Police Transformation on this issue, and just wondered, again, I could be wrong. I don't know if, don't know if he's even in the meeting. And it, I don't see.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can.
Oh.
Am I free to speak?
Councilor Paul, are you asking for Kyle to speak to this?
If that would be okay. The connection's a little bit rough, but I think we can. I can hear you. Yes.
Go ahead. Director Dodson.
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me. I want to echo all of the comments about the respect and appreciation for the good time and good work that has gone on to this. For the questions that Councilor Paul asked, I have spoken to a good number of people, and the Attorney Blackwood spoke to it. If you've seen one oversight agency model, you've seen one oversight agency model. It does run the gamut. Just quick numbers: 18,000 or so police agencies, 160 to 200 have fairly robust models. But I would say that in my research, to also echo Attorney Blackwood, it is uncommon to have a body that is not professionally staffed, that does not have expertise, that has these far-reaching powers. There are models that do, but in my research, I did not find community-appointed folks who certainly can go to training, but it's not the same as someone who it is their profession and has accountability that way too, has a management structure and has a set of procedures and professional expectations guiding their work. And that is often, when it's a very robust, very strong model, that's what I've seen. I would just say that as it relates to that and what I've seen around the country. But if you look far and wide enough, you'll find some mix of, I don't think you'd find any place that has this exact model, and you'd find, it would be rare to find two municipalities that have the exact same thing. There's a lot of customization, it appears, but I do think it's accurate to say that the more robust models generally tend to be in larger municipalities with a large number of cases. Chicago has over 6,000 complaints a year, 150 staff, multi-million-dollar, bunch of professionals who do this work. Now Chicago's massive, but that's an example of what I saw.
Point of effort. I'm sure what Mr. Dodson is talking about is very important, but I cannot hear what he's saying.
Okay. Director Dodson, are you able to adjust your microphone or?
I fear that it might be on this computer that the problem exists. Let's see here. If you want to have me come back, I can go to into a device where I know people will be able to hear me better and come back in.
Yeah, if you're able to deal with that, we can come back.
Okay, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Okay, Councilor Paul, you still have the floor.
Okay. Well, my comments were more related. I mean, I heard enough of what Kyle had said to just simply offer that, I think in Burlington, we're very proud of the fact we have a proud tradition of being on the cutting edge of many issues and leading the nation on a lot of issues. And we love to brag about that, and we should be able to brag about it. We have done a lot of things. Burlington Electric was and has been on the cutting edge of many issues, climate, environment, sanctuary city, fair and impartial policing policy, and most recently divestment. But all of those were done either by ordinance or by resolution. And I think the benefit to doing that, and I think it's actually a benefit for many people who are proponents of this civilian control board, is that all the details in something that's very new are worked out in a much more living document, which is an ordinance. A charter is like a constitution. It takes, a lot of work to get one to change something. There are many years where we only have that opportunity once a year, like in 2021. And I think, I think a lot of this could have been worked out in an ordinance and allowed us the opportunity to make changes when we saw that there might be a change that's needed, because it is so new. And it appears as though this particular model is crafted as a part of, from gathering from other cities, but is definitely something fairly unique. If 6 months from now we are unable to find a police chief, maybe there would be a reason, after giving this model a certain amount of time, if it was approved by the voters and it came back from the legislature, maybe we would find that there were changes that we could make that we could all live with. But once it's out there in charter, it's a lot harder to do that. And it clearly would be something that a police chief or an officer, or even someone moving to Burlington, might actually look at. So it's not something that easily goes away if we find that it doesn't work. I just would, since I'm probably not going to have the opportunity to speak again in the interest of time, just wanted to also just simply say that I do think that we do need to strengthen the community's trust in the operations of the police department. And I do agree that we need to provide an independent civilian body to investigate allegations of police misconduct. There is very little in this resolution that I don't agree with, except for the fact that I think that we do need to, I think that we need to have more in ordinance and less in charter. And I think that honestly, that would make for a better charter. And I think it would make for one that people can clearly understand when it goes to the voters. And I think that even though it may not seem that way to many proponents, I think it actually is the better route to go. So I appreciate all of the work that has been done on this. I feel incredibly badly because I would like to support this, and I think that something should go on the ballot that is meaningful. I just don't think that it is this. And again, I would also like to say, as others have said, that I know, Councilor Freeman, you have put a tremendous amount of time and effort into this. You've listened to my concerns, as have others of you, and I'm grateful for that. So thank you. Thanks, President Tracy.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Paul. I believe we have Director Dodson back on. So Director Dodson, I'll go back to you to just finish your thought.
Thank you, President Tracy. Can folks hear me better now?
Much better, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So I think Councilor Paul asked me to just weigh in on the things I've learned through this process and research. And what I've learned is that if you've seen one oversight agency, you've seen one. That old adage, they're incredibly customized and they differ from community to community. But what was true is that when I saw bodies that were empowered with significant authority, they almost always were run by a professional organization, an entity that is independent, and had the rules about the no relationships with police, all of those things that this proposal has. But they were trained professionals. It was their job. They had a set of rules and regulations per Councilor Paulino. Things were clearly stated. In Chicago, it's stated what things the Chicago Office of Police Academy looks at, which things they don't. There's some specificity, high level of training when there's that robust authority. I did not find evidence of a community that had a board of people that were from the general public, notwithstanding the ability to have some training, who weren't trained professionals as their first time job. So I did not find evidence of that. It does not mean it doesn't exist, but I did not find a setup that was quite like ours in the range and depth of its authority, mixed with the particular setup that we're contemplating.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it. I have Councilor Carpenter now, to be followed by Councilor Freeman.
I don't want to repeat much of what Councilor Paul said. I mean, I really support that, and I'm sad and frustrated because I too want to see something on the ballot that gives us permission to develop an independent oversight board. We need that. But this language is, to me, is very constraining on both sides. And I think we would be so much better served if we could back off a minute, get ourselves a charter change that we can all support with the public, and let the public know that as we proceed, we're going to put in ordinance the level of details that we need to effectuate the board and a program, and let the public know that if we need to change that, we can through ordinance. And it just so concerns me that we're going to lock ourselves into something that appears to be really a big city model for a small town, and maybe isn't the best match, although some elements of it are perfectly fine. So I'm sad that we can't get to a place where we can get something on the ballot, but not this prescription at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Carpenter. I have Councilor Freeman to be followed by Councilor Jang.
Thank you, President Tracy. I just wanted to respond specifically to this model, how it's different from other models that are across the country, and why that means it's the right model for us. And if you actually look at the feedback from NACO's Director of Operations, Liana Perez, what she writes at the end of her email is, this appears to be a very strong model. Let me know how it goes so that we can use it as a resource reference for other agencies. There are many that we are working with now who are trying to get to this level of authority. And that's exactly why this model is so important to support. It's because, as we've discussed, there are a lot of models that don't necessarily have this level of authority. And that is what has made them, unfortunately, ineffective. I've heard in this debate and discussion, coming back to some of those values, those core principles around accountability, the police not policing themselves, the change and sort of the shift that we're trying to make culturally and in our paradigm of public safety. And I think that is really, really essential to this change. And it's actually why I feel like it's the right model to support. It's that assessment is correct. And I think it actually lends to the argument to support this. There's a fair amount of documentation about the issues with models that don't have sort of final independent authority. Those are resources that can be accessed through Campaign Zero's work that they've accumulated. There's a lot of research on that. I'm happy to share it with counselors. But I know there's been a lot of conversation around a lot of different points, but that's one to me that I feel I really just wanted to clarify on. I think it's why we need to make this decision as a city and why we should put this question to the voters.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. I have Councilor
Once again, yes. Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think it would be important also for all of us to recognize that we do have outstanding police officers. And sometimes it really struck me, why do we even need to go outside of Vermont or outside of Burlington or the region to find a new police chief? In the rank, there are people who know this community so much and who are outstanding and who have all it takes to lead this department to the next level and also to change its culture. I am confident of that. I know people who can do the job perfectly well, who maybe applied before, but never were given the opportunity, right? There is that. My point being, we should not be here always trying to find what is good elsewhere. But many of us talked about it. We should lead. And this is a version, if it doesn't exist, let's create it and see where it's going to take us, right? It is important for the general public, like Mr. Dodson talked about, that the police is policing. To police, it's a police. It's just common sense. And I think that method or that way doesn't exist elsewhere. But Burlington might be the first municipality that has that, right? Let's not run away or bring fear sometimes to some of these hard topics. It is all about finding out the balance, the check and balances that we can implement and see what's going to happen. No one has a crystal ball. Nobody. What works in Sacramento might not work here, but we're figuring it out, and we're figuring it out together by giving our constituents a chance to weigh in. If they don't like it, it's too wordy, we come back. But it has to be a check and balances. To me, it's important. And to my colleagues, if you don't like the language, maybe you can bring amendments to the language. This is how democracy works. But I just don't like the language. I'm not voting for it. You had a chance to look into it. What you don't like, maybe propose something that you like. In the beginning, I did not like it at all. I did not like the mayor to not have the power or the council to not have the power. I did not like community organizations appointing the members. I did not like that. I did not like non-immigrants to put themselves on the line. I didn't like a lot of things, but I think the amendments we all worked through to get us to where we are. Again, it is just asking our voters what they think. It might be too radical for you or me, but it might not be for them. Please, let's allow them to have a say on this. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hanson.
Thank you. First, I just want to thank Councillor Freeman for their incredible work and leadership on this. I think this is a very strong proposal, and it's one that's been vetted and supported by not only well over 100 community members and community leaders that have been engaged in this type of work for a very long time, but also by major reputable organizations like ACLU of Vermont and NACOL. I'm really excited to vote yes on this. I think this is a really strong step forward in creating police accountability and building public safety. To respond to one of the mayor's points about finding a police chief, I actually think this will help us find a police chief that aligns with our community's values, because if our community votes for this and supports this and passes it, that will deter from a chief who's not prepared for that strong community oversight, and it will attract a chief that welcomes strong accountability and oversight from our community and chosen by our community in that vote. I want to speak to all the organizers and community members that have pushed so hard and have really gotten us in large part to this point. And if we were in person right now, the room would be packed. And I think this conversation would look and feel different, a lot different. You know, there's a reason that it's called the struggle for justice. I think anyone who's been doing this for any amount of time knows how much of a struggle it is, and it's never easy. It's never perfect. It never ends. And this process has certainly been a struggle for a lot of folks who've fought so hard and are ultimately fighting for a safer and more just community. And I think it's especially important to thank and acknowledge the Black organizers who put their full heart out on the line in pushing this forward. And talking about and debating these issues is different when it's your own safety on the line, when it's your own family's safety on the line or at stake, depending on these decisions. Any meaningful change that we push for, and I think this is truly meaningful change, there's going to be a power structure that's going to push back against that. There's going to be people defending the status quo. There's going to be people who fear change, and this is no exception to that. And I honestly don't know what's going to happen next. I think no matter what happens tonight, this fight is going to continue, and I'm committed to working with all of you on this. I think no matter what, we're going to be able to accomplish a lot together. In terms of the idea that this is, too cutting edge or too specific, or what if we're doing it wrong? What if it's not perfect? I disagree that Burlington's on the cutting edge here. I think we've fallen behind. I think this is so long overdue. And other communities that have had this in place for a very long time, even they were overdue, like that. They got there because there was a huge problem, and that's what pushed them to get there. They were behind. We're even further behind. A lot of why these issues have bubbled up so much in our community is because we've deferred them and because we pushed them to the side. So I want to commend Councillor Jang for everything you said and for coming on board with this. And I hope that everyone who's worked on this can be proud of yourselves and of each other, and the fact that we're going to take a big step forward. I think we are going to pass this tonight. I don't know what's going to happen after that, but that in itself, I think, is really worth celebrating and acknowledging. So just thank you to everyone who's worked so hard. And I'll be honored to vote yes.
Thank you for that. I don't have anyone else in the queue. Councillor Shannon.
Thank you, President Tracy. I'm actually quite sad tonight that we are passing something that is so divisive when I don't think that it needed to be this way. I think that there's actually broad agreement on finding a new independent and investigatory model that takes the authority away from the police chief without completely cutting the chief out of the process. And I think that we could have found common ground. I think that there are many issues that we have yet to wrestle with. Starting with what originally came to the Charter Change Committee was actually a request to empower the existing commission. But we never really, that was drafted by Attorney Blackwood, and I think that would have been a good starting point. There was an interest in the Charter Change Committee discussing that, despite the fact that that was what was referred to us, and we moved on to this investigatory model. But we never wrestled with the three types of models and what is the most appropriate for Burlington. We just we dove right into this draft. And while there were many members of the public that weighed in on this, there was a total lack of diversity of opinion at the table. And it seemed designed to be so. There was not a desire to hear from a lot of people that could have informed our work. Among those who were not consulted before this was referred to the council include the police commission, the police chief or any police staff or the police union, the racial Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Director. NACOL was not consulted. NACOL has since been consulted, but we really don't know what the question was asked of them. And we got an email that was probably prepared in 5 minutes in response to that, rather than a thorough review or any background information to NACOL about Burlington. Does it check boxes? Yes, it checks a whole bunch of boxes in what could be a good model. However, it doesn't look at the unintended consequences of things that go beyond checking the boxes. Our CAO, Catherine Shad, was not consulted in this. We are creating a new department with staff. We don't know what the cost of that is. I do know that in our budget adoption process, we were debating at great length line items that were even down to double digits. We do not have any idea how we might pay for this. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't invest some money in the effort, but I think there should be some discussion of where that might be coming from. Is this a tax increase or does it come from someplace else? I don't actually know. And I don't know what it costs. I do know it's similar to Madison, Wisconsin. It's probably smaller than Madison, Wisconsin. In Madison's budget, it costs $482,000 a year. We have not done any analysis of the complaints that would be reviewed by this body. There is something in the police commissioner's report, because the police commissioners, while civilians and independent, they have gained some expertise in policing. Well, that's unfortunate. Hang on. Okay, I was able to stop that. Thank you. Currently, and that information was provided to us. There just wasn't interest in reviewing it. Currently, Burlington Police Department receives about 28 actionable complaints a year and conducts 4 to 5 internal investigations. Repeated concerns about the mismatch of the scale of the proposed model to the needs of Burlington were expressed by various commissioners throughout the process. 1 second. I don't know why that continues. So we don't have any evidence that this is right-sized to Burlington. We haven't consulted people who have a lot of experience in criminal investigations. And over the course of time that I've been on the council, I can think of at least 3 major murder cases that we've had. How is this going to affect that type of investigation? I've had contact from, from an attorney who warns that this would be devastating to criminal investigating. I'd also like to say that I felt there was, I had suggested, I think that it's problematic. The makeup of the board, I think, is problematic. I don't know why my phone keeps ringing. Like, hang on, maybe I'll answer it. Okay, now I hang up on them. Sorry. The caller ID. Oh my gosh. But my computer's ringing. Okay. In the process, I had suggested that among the different groups that we were selecting from, we include not just survivors of domestic violence. I'm sorry, what? Sorry. That we not just consider domestic violence, but that we consider victims of crime. That was rejected because it was perceived that victims of domestic violence would be more police officers are involved in domestic violence than the general public. So that was rejected because victims of crime don't fall into that category. But why would we exclude victims of crime from this? It seems to be intentionally biased against the police. And I think that that's concerning. I have no objection to bringing people to the table who are disenfranchised and may have some bias against the police, but to have a board that's intentionally biased is concerning. I also want to say that as far as the commission form of government, it was problematic because those who are elected aren't held accountable. And that's a problem if this authority lies with the commission. If we were left to state law, it actually would be. These decisions would be with the elected body. But we now have a process further removed than that because we are appointing, it's not the council appointing this, it's 20 people, including the council. So the council is not directly accountable even for the appointment of this group, which we are for the police commission. So I will mute myself now and I apologize.
Okay, thank you for that. I had Councillor Stromberg to be followed by Councillor Freeman.
Thank you, President Tracy. I don't mean to put Taisha on the spot, but if Director Green would be willing to maybe shed some light on some insight on this in terms of their consultation in this matter, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Sure. Director Green?
Yes, Councillor Stromberg, what is the question?
Just any general thoughts on this as you were consulted with this, and just if you want to offer any insight on this discussion tonight, because I feel like we often call on a lot of people, but I would love to hear from you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I was consulted on this process very early on in the process. Councilor Freeman reached out to me. I did not, get back to her in time with any thoughts. I'm sorry, with them in time with any thoughts, but I was consulted on this matter.
All set, Councillor Stromberg?
And Councillor Freeman and I have had several phone discussions about the resolution itself.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Stromberg, did you have additional questions?
No, I'm okay. I'll pass it over to Councillor Freeman, or you, yeah, sorry.
Okay, sure. Councillor Freeman?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on Nicole. I'm sorry if that was vague about how that went about. I asked former City Attorney Bergman, who was a staff support writer on this policy with me, to reach out to them on our behalf. I believe they had a phone conversation to sort of discuss sort of extensively, Burlington, various, kind of iterations of where we've been, what has happened, with response from the public, since the summer and the fall. And then that response took, I want to say, it was several days. It wasn't like just an email back. It was like they reviewed it over a period of days and then sent that email in response. So I just wanted to clarify on that. And then as far as public engagement at the committee level, this was something that I fought really hard for and really took a stand for at the committee level, was to make sure we had the ability for the community to engage. I asked many times to make sure that our public forums were inclusive. I, was glad when Councillor Shannon moved to allowing people to speak during our actual deliberations. There was no intention to not have input from the broader community. Those are open meetings. I would gladly have accepted people. I sent the final draft to every single counselor in a personal email on November 22nd. There was plenty of opportunity for counselors to reach back to me. I was as responsive as possible when folks emailed me and tried to let them know, I do work in long-term care, and it is pretty intense with the situation of COVID right now, but I'm trying to be as responsive as possible. I've had countless conversations with police commissioners on this, one-on-one conversations, group conversations. I really, I am really trying to do extensive work, to be as inclusive as possible. The opportunity is there for people to reach out, and I don't want to give the impression that that has never been something that at least that I have done in this process. I feel like I've asked for feedback. This went to Director Dodson on November 27th, or maybe it's 27th. Actually, I'm not sure. I'd have to look at. But this went out to people, and I just really want to make that clear that I was sending this around and asking for feedback, and that has been something that I've been committed to. We still have conversations, don't necessarily agree 100%, but I was really open to discussion on this. So I just want to make that clear, and that is my process, and I'm committed to that process through the rest of this charter change.
Thank you for that, Councillor Freeman. We don't have anyone else in the queue. Are you ready to vote? Councillor Shannon.
I just want to say that was an effort by the public. The interruptions to my speaking are members of the public who are trying to silence me on this issue. That's why you hear my phone ringing right now. And that is not respectful of public engagement or reaching consensus or having different voices at the table so that we can actually have a civil discussion and civil decision-making process. And I think that if people think that interrupting in this way is an okay way to object to what I'm saying, I hope, President Tracy, you will address this.
Yes, absolutely. I was not clear as to why that was happening, Councillor Shannon, or what was going on there. So I certainly apologize. I just didn't understand what was going on there. I think that is inappropriate, and I would ask people to stop calling councillors repeatedly while they're speaking on the council. That obviously is a time that they're unavailable to reach you. I know that Councillor Shannon does make herself available to constituents, so I would ask that people please reach out to Councillor Shannon in that time. I'm sorry, I did not realize that was what was happening. I thought that it was something else, like just a malfunction. So that is not appropriate. Please don't do that, folks. Please allow us to focus on our work. I would also suggest that councillors please silence their phones or put it on vibrate during this time so that we can stay focused and that you don't have these interruptions as well. Thank you.
My phone is silenced. It's ringing through my computer is why it continued to ring.
All right, I didn't realize that. Thank you then. Thank you for clarifying. And if folks could please not do that, I'd really appreciate it. We need to stay focused on this issue. Anyone else in the queue? Okay, let's go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. All right, I'm sorry. Can the city clerk please call the roll?
Councillor Carpenter.
Councillor Carpenter, I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, this is sad, but no.
Councillor Jang.
Yes.
Councillor Freeman.
Yes.
Councillor Hanson.
Yes.
Councillor Hightower.
Yes.
Councillor Mason.
No.
Councillor Paul.
No.
Councillor Paulino.
No.
Councillor Pine.
Yes.
Councillor Shannon.
No.
Counselor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy,
Yes.
7 ayes, 5 nays.
The motion carries. We are now on to our next item, which is item 6.04, a resolution regarding annual city meeting on a charter change having to do with the Airport Commission. Councillor Paul.
Thank you very much, President Tracy. So I recall at the beginning of this meeting that President Tracy said that there were going to be a lot of interesting gymnastics when it comes to taking some of these and moving them forward, and this one is no different. What I need to do first is to make a motion to take the December 2019 resolution off the table and ask for a second.
Okay, we have a motion and from Councillor Paul, a second from Councillor Carpenter. You have the floor, Councillor Paul.
Thank you. And then I would like to move to strike the December 2019 resolution and replace it with the revised resolution that we have on board docs. I would also, and I'm not sure if I need a second for that. I probably do.
Yes, I believe you do. Seconded.
Okay, thank you.
For Hightower. Go ahead, Councillor Paul.
Thanks so much. So I'd like to make a motion to adopt the revised resolution that we now have before us, waive the reading, and ask for the floor back after a second, briefly.
Okay. So we have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Carpenter. Go ahead, Councillor Paul.
Great, thank you. So just for the benefit mostly of the public, because this is a charter change, the resolution is proposing a change to the Airport Commission. Currently, the Airport Commission is composed of 4 members from the City of Burlington, appointed by this body, by the City Council with the mayor presiding, and 1 member from the City of South Burlington that is appointed in a similar fashion. Over the course of over a year, the cities of South Burlington, and Winooski have been working to find solutions and opportunities for collaboration with regard to the airport. These are all communities that are directly impacted by the airport. The process has resulted in a memorandum of understanding that is to be signed shortly, will be signed before this would go to the voters. One of the requests from the city of Winooski is to have a seat at the table on the Airport Commission. And at the last Airport Commission meeting a few weeks ago, Mayor Lott spoke very passionately to the desire for the city of Winooski to have a seat at the table. It was a very compelling argument, and one that swayed half of the Airport Commission. There were 2 commissioners that voted in favor of seeing a seat for the city of Winooski. There were 2 that voted against. Council member and council chair of South Burlington, Helen Reilly, was not feeling well, tried to call in, but it is her opinion that had she been there to vote, that she would have voted in favor of a seat for the city of Winooski. The resolution that was on the ballot would include a seat for Winooski, and at the same time, it would also add a 5th seat for the city of Burlington, thus not changing the balance, but offering the 2 communities, South Burlington and now Winooski, a voice at the table. I hope that everyone can support placing this on the ballot. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. Are there comments from councillors? Councillor Jang.
Thank you, President Tracy. And I was just wondering if, maybe the mayor or Mr. Director Richard or Nicholas, if anyone is here, to maybe talk about this more. Because my understanding is, in order for the other municipalities to have a seat on airport commission, there should be a monetary contribution from those municipalities to our airport. That's, I don't know if that's accurate. And this doesn't seem to include all those details in here. I was just wondering who can speak to that.
Do we have someone on the line from the airport?
It seems Eileen. Yeah.
Okay, Attorney Blackwood.
I think probably I'm the one to speak on that. So what this is doing is there has been a lot of discussion about, particularly from Winooski, and Winooski has requested to have a seat on the airport commission so they can have some say into a number of issues, particularly a lot of the noise issues, and be involved at the airport commission level of staying up to date on those, like South Burlington is. And the mayor has spoken with and been in discussions with the mayors of both Winooski and South Burlington about a memorandum of understanding that I think you've heard reference to and I think seen a draft of. It's been a number of months here, and COVID kind of intervened in the middle of this process. The bottom line is that what we are proposing is adding a seat for Winooski to be able to chair, importantly, on this commission, and also add another Burlington representative. And that's the process that was done when the South Burlington seat was originally added many years ago. So to keep an odd number, it also brings this commission to a size consistent with the size of other commissions that other boards and commissions that we have in the city. Did I answer everything you wanted, Councilor Jang? Okay.
No. I mean, I think, yes, I do remember we did have an executive session and spoke specifically about this about a year or 2 years ago, and to date, we haven't received any updates. And I don't know where that memorandum of MOU you're talking about, where it is and what it entails, all of those details. And also, can you speak to that monetary contribution to the airport from those municipalities?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
So a couple things. One, the MOU is not yet signed, but it is my understanding that there's conceptual agreement among the three mayors about it, and that it is just kind of in the process of getting finalized and to come to you. It has been a kind of chicken and egg issue as to which should come first. Showing the city's commitment to this charter change is one of the elements involved in that MOU. So that's what I'd say about that piece. In terms of monetary contribution, the idea of the airport commission is it is an advisory entity. It is not a governance entity. And you will recall that you saw that you've seen some from my office about governance and the issues around that. And the primary issue here is to say, this is an advisory body that does a lot in helping to develop noise plans and having input into having a community voice back to the airport staff, and that adding Winooski to that level of process makes sense. But as soon as we start talking about having other communities make monetary contributions to the airport, we get into like a whole different universe of pros and cons and what it means to the FAA. And our airport is now very, very heavily grant funded. We get a lot of money from the FAA to run the airport, and bringing in other local communities into being a part of that is an issue. I believe that the mayors have reached some agreements about the local match that is required for the noise funding grant, but I am going to have to beg not to know those details, and I believe that will eventually be coming to you. I think the idea here is that this is showing Winooski that we have a commitment to moving forward with giving them a say in a more formal way.
I mean, I completely understand all of this. And I understand that this is a must. This is something that I support. But it seems the information that I had before has maybe changed, and we have not received updates as to what are those changes. And we are being called right now to approve a resolution that will go on the ballot. I just want to be sure that when I'm asked questions about this, I can answer. And if people ask me, where is Winooski participating now? I would say no, or yes, because X, Y, and Z. And I don't have that information. But deep down in me, I feel like that with the F-35, especially with the F-35s, they should have a seat. But at the same time, agreements that we have in the past, why, and I think maybe Mayor Weinberg can talk about this as a 9-year-long commissioner at the airport, can shed some light here. Maybe my question is clear or not.
Yes, I think he could probably add more than I can about where the agreements with the other, with South Burlington and Winooski, if there are differences in where things are from what we have briefed the council on in the past, I think is the question.
President Tracy, would you like me to respond?
Sure, go ahead, Mayor.
Okay, so several things. With respect to the MOU was brought to this body and then referred back in February, I believe, and then, or maybe even slightly earlier, and then referred. So you've all seen it and nothing's changed with it. It's the same document. It's all, and then it was then referred to the Airport Commission for their take on it. They started to review it and develop opinions about it, and then the pandemic hit and they have not gone back to it. I'm not sure if the commission will, in the end, take a position or not on the MOU. What I have committed to Councilor Mason, who raised this question about some discomfort about moving forward with the charter change prior to the MOU being resolved, is that between now and the end of the public hearing on this matter, I will do everything I can to get the few dates changed to this point and get the MOU back in front of you for final approval, so that can be done consistent with this. I don't believe there's anything controversial in there. The most substantive part of the MOU, well, really there are two things. One, the city committing to adding a seat, and then secondly, that we would together attempt to secure a local match source of funds that did not require either of the three municipalities to pay any, make any payment. And we've been successful at that, or at least we believe we have, with this pilot program that we have with VGS, where they are going to pay for the entire local match for the first couple of years at least. And everyone's expectation is that that will be a successful pilot and then be extended. So that's where the MOU stands. I think Councilor Jang, in terms of Winooski making a payment, I think, you know, I don't believe South Burlington ever made any sort of remuneration, any sort of payment for them having a seat on the board. It's never really been part of the discussion that to have an advisory board seat, they would make a payment. There have been different discussions about the idea of regionalization, as I think the city attorney was referencing. There were discussions that if Winooski and South Burlington or other municipalities became part of some regional authority, then where they were actually taking not just sort of this advisory role, but some kind of ownership and governance position. That was our position, that we would demand payment if others wanted to be part of the ownership structure. So I think there's sort of two different issues here being conflated. From my perspective, we have not been talking about any sort of payment. I would not recommend that. I do endorse Winooski having an added seat, in that I think it will be good for the relationship between the three municipalities to have all three on the Airport Commission, having the opportunity to that kind of formal space for communications, and I fully support it, and I hope the council will as well, and I will be encouraging voters to vote yes on it as well. I don't think it in any way undermines the city's position. We are getting an additional seat as well, so Burlington's sort of authority there is not diluted in any way. I think this is a good thing. I hope the council will support it.
I mean, yes, I think it's good. It's good. It's just that I needed some clarification questions, and I'm glad that Councilor Mason, it seems, asked you the same question. Where is the MOU before we submit? But I fully support this. Just wanted to put it out. Thank you.
So thank you for this question. Before Councilor Pine, before I come to you, 1 second, I just wanted to offer a clarification in terms of process. So Attorney Blackwood let me know that we should vote to remove it from the table first and then go into the strike all motion. So believe that we should and it is 10:30 as well. So there is that the need to make that motion as well. So we have a couple of things. So let's take care of the 10:30 motion first. I would please request that I have that any motion include the council president update. I would really like to speak at that point. So I just really appreciate if any motion could include that. Councilor Pine, were you going to make a motion?
That was the purpose of raising my hand.
Okay. Okay. So what are you moving to complete?
I would move that we suspend the rules to continue with the charter changes and allow for time for the council president's update. And I don't know if councilors would also like to provide updates, but I guess I'd move for the council president, and that would be it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Stromberg. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of suspending the rules to complete the deliberative agenda and allow and to also include the council president update, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, our rules are suspended, and that will be the remainder of our agenda. Now, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Now, let's go back to the questions at hand. So we had that original motion to remove it from the table that I would like to deal with prior to continuing with the additional elements of the debate. So, are we prepared to go to a vote on removing it from the table? Okay. All those in favor of taking this item off of the table, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that passes unanimously, and it is removed from the table. We have that other motion that has already been introduced on the strike all introduced. So just wanted to do that before we continued further with the debate. Were there further comments to this resolution? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Brings us to our final item on the deliberative agenda, which is the proposed charter change regarding regulation of thermal energy systems in residential and commercial buildings. Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I'd like to make a motion to waive the reading, adopt the resolution as presented, and ask for the floor back after a second, please.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Hanson. Go ahead, Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I thought it might be good to sort of explain not only what's in front of us, but how we got here, since this was a somewhat unusual process. And unless you're sitting on the ordinance committee, I'm not sure you're understanding why we're here. So the proposed charter change before us is in essence enabling legislation that would permit the city to regulate thermal energy systems in residential and commercial buildings. Included in that enabling legislation is the assessment and levying of carbon impact or alternative compliance fees. I would also move, I think I can do this, with the amendment that is also on our agenda, or excuse me, on board docs, that also provides that no assessment of a carbon impact or alternative compliance payment shall be imposed unless previously authorized by a majority of the legal voters of the city, voting at an annual or special meeting, waived for the purpose. That's the motion. Let me backtrack in terms of how we got here. This
I'll
council.
second that. I'll second
thank
that
you.
for you.
Thank you. Yep. Seconded by Councilor Hanson. Go ahead. Continue, Councilor Mason.
Thank you. How we got here, this council back in May of 2019 passed a resolution that required BED to come back with policy recommendations regarding decarbonization and electrification requirements for new buildings. It also required consideration of a ban on buildings connected to fossil fuel infrastructure. That process sat with BED and took some time. There were proposals that came forward to the council in early 2020. BED did hold a public meeting in July of 2020, and most of the attendees at that meeting supported a ban on fossil fuel connections for new buildings. BED then came forward with a more formal proposal that included a carbon fee if the building was connected to fossil fuel infrastructure. It also proposed evaluating policies that would support moving toward net zero in existing buildings. But the proposal at that time was to move forward first with new buildings and then deal with existings. BED was also then and remains committed to incentives in order to get electrification and energy efficiency started. That policy was then sent to the city attorney's office with instructions to come up with the right language and sent to ordinance, which again, this is typically would go to TUC or a different committee, but it was sent to ordinance to review the language. At our first hearing of the ordinance committee in November, the city attorney came and I think raised a little bit of a red flag that based on their review, the city did not have enabling language from the state in order to assess a carbon fee and potentially questionable authority to regulate thermal energy solutions. This was a bit of a surprise to the committee and I think the BED. So they were tasked, BED and the city attorney's office were then tasked very quickly to go back and come up with potential language to provide us with a path forward. At our ordinance committee hearing on the 3rd of December, what was reported back was an earlier version of this, that we would be pursuing a dual track. One would be to pursue a charter change that would enable the assessment of a carbon fee. And the second piece, which with a relatively quick turnaround, is BED is now tasked with moving forward with building code ordinance changes applicable to new buildings, requiring them to have a primary system that's non-fossil fuel based. So that's where we left on the 3rd. The ordinance committee then unanimous, or it was actually Councilor Hanson and I, without necessarily taking a view as to the language out of fear that we would miss town meeting day, voted to send it back to the full council for its consideration. The city attorney was still in the process of conducting its review. That was, the benefit between last week and now this week. They've completed their review, and this language does meet with the city attorney's acceptance. The new piece that was tacked on the amendment that council, and I'll let Councilor Hanson speak to this, was a bit in response. There was a story on CAX that came out that, in my view, misreported that this language potentially was requiring every existing home to convert to force conversion to a non-fossil fuel based system. That was not the intent. This was just enabling legislation. But based in part on that concern and the feeling that we would have to have more process before that step were to be taken, that's what the extra amendment was intended to encapsulate. So with that, I know the mayor is on, who has been intimately involved in this process, and I believe Darren Springer is also on if there are specific questions. Thank you, President Tracy.
Okay, excellent. All right. I'll go to Mayor Weinberger now before we get into councilor debate. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, President Tracy. Thank you, Councilor Mason, for introducing this. I want to thank Councilor Hanson for the close collaboration throughout this process to, I hope, get to a moment of consensus tonight and being able to move forward. Certainly, I believe that this charter change is a critical one for us meeting the goals that we laid out in the Net Zero Energy City plan. That plan made very clear that if we are going to achieve the very ambitious, we think it's as ambitious as any goal in the city, in the country for a municipality of becoming a net zero energy city by 2030, the area where we needed to make the biggest change was in our buildings. And we are already making considerable strides towards that goal in the early years of that roadmap. It is very clear that the green stimulus incentives that were offered this year by BED have started to change the trajectory of our buildings and move more and more of our building thermal systems towards electric cold climate heat pumps and other electric technologies. However, we have a very long way to go. Well more than 90% of our buildings today are dependent on fossil fuels for their heating. And we need additional tools, we need additional authorities. We need to work more with the people of Burlington if we are going to achieve what we have set out to, and more importantly, if we're going to do our share to change the trajectory that this plan is on, to take strong measures to address the climate crisis and forge a different future for ourselves and our children and the generations to come. This is the kind of strong action that has been lacking from other levels of government for decades. I'm hopeful and proud to be with you here tonight on the cusp of going to the people of Burlington and seeing if they want to partner with us and really ensure that we continue Burlington's remarkable multi-decade trajectory of climate leadership. I think this is the third great chapter of climate leadership that the city has undergone. The first one was back in the 80s when we led the way on initial steps with weatherization. The next chapter really has been the last 10 years when we've gone from, or 15 years now, we went from in 2004 having only 25% of our electricity generated by renewables to 100% by 2014, and we've sustained that now for more than 5 years. This is the hardest chapter. This is the hardest frontier, but it's one that we can have that same sort of material progress and success on if we put our backs into it and if we're willing to be active as a local government and work with the people of Burlington to decarbonize our buildings. This charter change will be a big step in that direction, and if the council does choose to put it on the ballot, I certainly will be making it clear every step of the way until March that I fully support this and think it's an important step for us to take. Thanks, President Tracy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go to Councilor Hanson to be followed by Councilor Pine.
Great, yeah, thanks, Councilor Mason and Mayor for getting into some of the details around the policy. I just wanted to start with really a reminder of why we're talking about this and why we're looking at this policy. As we work our way towards the end of this pandemic and move towards vaccination, we are still going to remain squarely in the middle of an much larger and much more deadly and permanent crisis that threatens really everything that we know and love, the climate crisis. And I want to address the cost of doing nothing or inaction in the face of this. In the US alone, extreme weather events are costing hundreds of billions of dollars per year. And that's just a number, that's just the cost. But those impacts go way beyond economic, and that number continues to rise as well. To bring it kind of down to the individual level and make that number seem a little less abstract, there's a 2016 report, really recommend it, by Demos and Next Gen Climate, that says that on the path we're on, someone my age earning a median income will lose $100,000 in lifetime income and $142,000 in wealth due to the impact of the climate crisis. Someone born in 2015 with median earnings will lose $357,000 in lifetime income and $581,000 in wealth. That's just one person, one median income person. And that was in 2016. It's actually pretty likely that those numbers have gotten worse due to the lack of policy action to drive us forward and the rollbacks that we've seen from the Trump administration. So the economics of not acting are horrible, but this is really much deeper than economics. And this really gets to the concerns about survival itself and our ability to access clean drinking water, to have stable food, to have housing that isn't destroyed by clean weather events. This is something that's going to force mass migration, creating war and conflict around the world. So a lot of this is already happening in a lot of parts of the community. I think it's easy to forget in Vermont because it's been a little while since we've had a major devastating extreme weather event here since Hurricane Irene. So, this is already killing or displacing tens of millions of people a year, and that's only going up, and it's disproportionately impacting poor folks and people of marginalized identities. So I just want to really hammer home, I think this gets forgotten, that inaction is not an option. We have to act, and every community has to act. No one's going to come into Burlington and just wave a magic wand. The state and the federal government, they're not going to wave a magic wand and suddenly all of our buildings are not using fossil fuel. So we really have to take ownership and make sure this gets done. And we can't just rely on the market to solve it. We have to use policy. And that's why a little over a year ago, we passed 2 climate resolutions on the same day. And I really hope that we take both of those resolutions seriously and that they're not just words on a paper. One of them was that we committed to getting off of fossil fuels by 2030. The other one was that we're committed to a just transition, and one that prioritizes those who are most vulnerable to the climate crisis and who have the least ability to adapt. So any policy coming out of this authority, if we do get this authority and this charter change, really has to focus on getting those with the most resources to step up to the plate, and any upfront costs that there are should be shouldered by folks who have resources, so that those who are struggling can not only avoid any burdens with this, but really get the benefits of this transition and enjoy the enormous benefits of getting off of the fossil fuel economy. So this really needs to be about delivering for working people, not punishing working people. And I think the good thing about this amendment as well is that you don't have to sort of just take my word or our word for that, because any policy that would come out of this that would have to do with taxation or a carbon pricing scheme would go back to the voters, and what couldn't happen without the voters. And so I think that's critical. So I just want to close and say, I'm really excited tonight. I'm really proud of what we're doing as a council. I think we're taking major action on some of the issues that are most important to our community, which is housing, racial justice, and public safety, and now on the climate crisis. So I sincerely thank everyone who's working on this, everyone who's supporting this, and really just putting, the need for progress over, skepticism and over fear, and really just putting love first and working for a better community and world. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Councilor Shannon. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Councilor Pine. Then Councilor Shannon. Go ahead, Councilor Pine. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. So the issue of I think where we bring together climate justice, environmental justice, social justice, racial justice is right here in front of us tonight. And as a community, we've already long ago democratized our electrical delivery system through the public ownership of Burlington Electric. But I want us to just commit ourselves to the notion of energy justice, specifically as a way to weave together environmental justice and climate change and climate emergency, climate crisis activism, and that we have an opportunity to transition away from fossil fuels to renewable energy in a way that doesn't leave people behind. It advances the idea of energy democracy, so that low income households and those without access to capital, without access to ownership, are able to enjoy the benefits and aren't just left holding on to essentially what are stranded assets that in many cases, if we don't get intentional about extending the benefits of renewable energy and energy efficiency to all segments of the community, those with the least will end up actually shouldering the burden. And so I want us to expand our notion of the just transition to include, green collar jobs and to include reducing the harmful impacts on those who are at the front line of either delivering the energy or whose community is being burdened by the location of energy generating systems, to the notion that we have to, as a city, really specifically focus on providing access to the benefits that come with the clean energy economy. But we have to be very, very focused on extending those benefits to those who are so often left behind, because otherwise we will end up with, again, the haves and the have-nots around this pursuit of what is ultimately the most important challenge, one of the most important challenges we face, but we can do it in a way that advances our justice goals as well as our climate goals. And I think Burlington could do that, and hopefully we'll all join together and make that happen. Thank you.
Now, Councillor Shannon. Sorry about that, Councillor Pine.
Thank you, President Tracy. I am going to be supporting this today, and I want to say that I'm surprised I'm supporting this, given where we came from, and a lot of public concern about this. And I want to be clear on how that has been addressed. Yet there were media reports about, taxing existing systems, and many people in the community were quite panicked about that. And I really felt like the original proposal was kind of writing a blank check to the city council and saying, trust us on this. And I think that the public felt the same way and was not comfortable with that. And I appreciate the work of particularly Councillor Carpenter and the mayor trying to find a solution which I think really accomplishes both goals of not writing the blank check, but getting the legislative authority. And I did not initially appreciate, when I first looked at this, I thought, well, why are we asking people to vote on this now? And then we're just going to ask them for another vote later. Like, why don't we just do this once? But because we will get, through this charter change, we will get the authority to go to the voters with this. We won't have to go through the process of getting the legislature to approve it. We can go through a much shorter process and more reliable process that gets the public input that we need. And it also creates a process whereby people are put on notice when they're making a decision about buying a boiler. They will know that, we're going to be looking down the pike at what is the technology coming down the pike and what are incentivizing upgrading the equipment, not just going for that cheapest, least efficient model. And I think that that is important for transition as we transition to better and more efficient home heating appliances. So I do support this with the knowledge that the voters are going to get another crack at whatever the proposal is for incentivizing making a better environmental choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shannon. Are there others wishing to speak? Councillor Mason to be followed by Councillor Jang.
I have, and it has been brought to my attention, the version did not include the city attorney's language, so I have a minor amendment, but if you want to go to Councillor Jang first and then come back at the end of comments, I'll make my motion.
Okay, so Councillor Mason, you had already amended once, so we're on the amendment now, right?
Well, the Hanson amendment was included as part of my initial motion.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Okay, I'll come back to you in a second. Go ahead, Councilor Jing.
Thank you, President Tracy. And I think it is important that, we have to be bold when it comes to climate change. And I think the city has been doing so many great things, so many great work, right? It's not only about energy, it's also about the transportation piece, right? Intensives about people to switch from, fossil fuel cars to electric cars, bike lanes, all of those are efforts. And to me, Burlington is doing well compared to so many other municipalities. And like Councilor Hanson talked about, this is climate change. This is not only affecting people of Burlington or our state. It is planet-wide. It is, the whole entire world. We only can do what we can. And also what we're doing, when is the right time to do it? We all know that what we experience as a community, as a world with COVID-19, we're not even done with it yet. And people do not need any other type of unclarity. And to me, this is not the right time to bring this proposal around. The right time could be maybe next year when things settle and people know where they're going, know who they are, know what they have lost, what they have gained, in order for us to make the right step. The timing to me is not right at all. That's one. Two, we should not also over-regulate. We can regulate what we can. Our own buildings as a city, those buildings we can regulate whatever we want. New buildings, we can ask for regulations. But for existing buildings and everything people are going through, this is not the right thing to do. What the news reported is completely right. It is right. It's not now, but you're asking people to give you the power to regulate how they choose and what source of energy they would like to have. What the news reported is completely right. Now, maybe it won't go through on March 2nd, but the people are giving you the power to do it. I completely agree with all of you, but now is not the time. To me, let's table this maybe until next year to do it. Or at least let's focus solemnly on new buildings. Existing buildings, let's not even have the conversation. It's not the right time. So for that, I gave my promises to so many people, my constituents. They confused, and we should not add any other burden to them right now. We should wait. I would not be voting on this to put it on the ballot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Jing. Councilor Carpenter.
Thanks, and I really do appreciate that, and I happen to have many of the same constituents that Councilor Jang has, and I certainly recognize their fears and concerns, and I think misunderstandings. And I think it's really important to understand that this is a progression. Nothing will change until it comes back to us, the city councilor, to approve the ordinance and approve any proposals to put on the ballot to increase taxes. We have nothing in the near future that's going to change that. We'll have to make ourselves responsive to whatever proposals come to us and protect the citizens. And then the citizens have the right to protect themselves by voting it down. So I think this is perfectly fine and perfectly supports where we need to be in the progression of stuff, starting next year with new buildings. If the Burlington Electric Department comes to us in 2 or 3 years with more proposals, we'll talk about them and we'll consider them. Nothing is going to change in the next 24 to many years, months. This just gives us the authority to pick away at it over the next decade and start with where the low-hanging fruit are and move on. And it allows the citizens to make their own decision around anything that affects them economically.
Councilor Carpenter, Councilor Pine.
If I could just ask, Mr. President, for clarification, probably from Councilor Hanson or maybe perhaps from someone at BED if they're available. Do we need this charter language in order to institute any policies like benchmarking, which is a practice in other cities to really drive much higher performance in both commercial and residential properties? Do you know if we need this language specifically for that type of policy?
Councilor Hanson.
If Darren Springer's on, he can clarify, but I don't believe that. No, I think we can do that. I think we can do that, and we should do that. And I think we're going to be getting perhaps a presentation soon for the council on that from folks in the green building field. So I don't think this is necessary for that.
Okay, thank you. Second thing I just want to mention is I watched some of the coverage and it was actually full of inaccuracies and misinformation, and absolutely it was appalling at what the media chose to do with this story. I think it was because they knew it would generate a lot of interest, but it was just completely factually wrong. I spent 5 years in this field. We have one of the most progressive, forward-thinking, sophisticated organizations in the world, based now in Winooski, but they were based in Burlington for 32 years, BEIC, and they will make it very clear, this is a money saver, job creator, planet saver. This is not a negative thing for us to run away from. This is something for us to embrace. And it's our job as elected leaders to educate people, to educate folks, to make it clear what the benefits are. Please don't run away from this. This is something we should all be embracing. Education is the key here. We've got to get people off the notion that reducing energy consumption is somehow going to hurt them. We're going to do this in a way, it's going to be a just transition, it's going to create jobs, and it's going to save our planet. It's really the only way forward.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. I don't have anyone in the queue. So Councilor Mason, would you like to introduce
Yes, thank you, President Tracy. I know either Lori or the city attorney could pull up on a screen share. The amendments that were recommended by the city attorney's office that did not make their way on the board docs include, here we go.
Is there any way we can make that a little larger?
If you drag it, you can do that. So the amendment I am making is on line 28 on the screen share, removing the words "and levying," and then changing the word "fees" in line 28 to "payments." That is the only amendment.
Okay. Are folks clear on what they are voting on? I'm sorry, I can't see.
It is a little bit of a challenge to see the strikeout in line 28, but the word after compliance, the word fees has been stricken and replaced by the word payments.
Could you make it larger?
Yeah, is there any way to make it the text larger?
More?
It's also on the bottom right. There's a little cursor that you can drag.
I know, I can't find it. It's not.
You're right there.
Right there. Oh, right there. Jeez, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, how's that?
All right, perfect. Thank you for that. Now is everyone able to see what Councilor Mason is speaking to here?
Could you just say it again?
I can't see line numbers on this, but it's striking the words "and levying" on the second sentence or line after 67. Oh, there we go, on line 28, and then striking the word "fees" and replacing it with the word "payments."
Okay, so
and ask for a second.
Yep, exactly. Is there? If we could go out of screen share mode just so I can see folks again, please. Okay, is there a seconded by Councilor Hightower? Councilor Mason, did you need the floor back?
No, thank you.
Okay, any discussion on this amendment? Councilor Hanson.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious what what does this do? Does this do anything, or it's just a technical change? This amendment.
Forgive me, I should have, if I may, President Tracy. The stated explanation was, assessing and levying were synonyms. We don't need both. And assessing is a term used in the charter. And the second change was based on the explanation that it wasn't a fee in the sense of a municipal fee, which refers to a payment for a municipal service. And the use of the term alternative compliance payment appears to be common in the energy field and therefore more appropriate. That was the stated explanation.
Okay, Councilor Hanson.
Great, and I think that's helpful. And I'm wondering too if the city attorney could just clarify. I've been asking this question too. I think this maybe solves the issue, but fees that are just, to cover the cost of a program, of a regulation program that we use very commonly for any new regulatory program in the city, that is not something that would, the way that it's written, that's not something that would have to go on the ballot. Is that right? Or is that still a concern?
That, President Tracy, may I respond? That would not have to go on the ballot. Any fee associated with regulating thermal energy systems that wasn't related to assessing carbon impact or alternative compliance payments would not have to go on the ballot.
Okay, great. And yeah, just to be clear for the public, those fees are strictly limited to just cover the cost of administering the oversight for the city. So it's a totally different thing. So I'm glad that we kind of cleared that up as well. And so yeah, it sounds good. I'll support this.
Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to Councilor Jang. You're on mute, Councilor Jang.
I have further amendments after this.
Oh, okay. Do you have any comments on this amendment? Okay. All right. So we'll go to a vote on this amendment. All those in favor of this amendment, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that amendment passes unanimously. We are back to the original motion as amended. Is there further discussion?
Yes.
Councilor Jang, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to make an amendment, and I believe sending it all of you, including Lori, as well as City Attorney Eileen. Just now, sorry about that. And my amendment is specific to striking the language. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, it is to delete line numbers 25 to 27 and replace it with the following: to regulate thermal energy systems in new residential and commercial buildings approved by the City of Burlington Development Review Board starting in 2021. That is my amendment when we strike the language, the lines 25 to 27.
Okay, is everybody clear on Councilor Jang's amendment? Okay, is there a second? There's a second. Okay. The amendment fails for lack of a second. We are still
wanted to put it on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Are there further comments on the resolution as amended? Okay, hearing none, we will go to a vote. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councilor Carpenter?
Aye.
Councilor Jang?
No.
Councilor Freeman?
Yes.
Councilor Hanson?
Yes.
Councilor Hightower?
Yes.
Councilor Mason?
Yes.
Councilor Paul?
Yes.
Councilor Paulino?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Thank you. Councilor Pine?
Yes.
Councilor Shannon?
Yes.
Councilor Strongberg?
Yes.
City Council President Tracy?
Yes.
10 ayes, 2 nays.
Motion carries and will also go to public hearings. So that completes our deliberative agenda, which brings us to the final item, which I had requested, which is just the opportunity to address the council. And I think it's imperative that I do so as council president. We had a continuation of events that we saw over the weekend that I find pretty troubling and that we need to address. I think that things are that over the weekend we had vandalism at several counselors' homes. That is completely unacceptable, and I think that's completely unacceptable. It's not the way that folks are to engage. That I want folks to engage with counselors. I want counselors to have their privacy respected, and so I think that that's completely unacceptable. I would also say that it's unacceptable to harass counselors in the context of a meeting. Apologize to Councilor Shannon that I didn't realize that that's what was actually happening in this meeting. And so I think that I would really ask that people please respect counselors as we're in the context of this meeting so that we can have the opportunity to debate these really important issues that are before us. I think that when we have these incidents take place and when we see this behavior, it takes our focus away from the discussion of these crucial issues, like specifically of debating how we deal with and how we uproot systemic racism. So I think that it's crucial that we keep our focus on those issues, on police accountability, on the charter change proposals, because we still have a long way to go. And I want us to have a debate centered on the topics, not a debate about what about these issues of acceptability. Is this acceptable? Is this unacceptable? Are counselors getting harassed in that conversation? No, I don't want to have that conversation. So people need to stop this. We need to focus on the issues here so that we can have this debate. What I'll also say is that if people are contacting counselors and are reaching out and are upset about this, I understand why you're upset. I hope that you will also engage and show up and model that proper behavior as well as we deal with issues of systemic racism, because we have a lot of work to do there. We need everybody possible involved in that work and showing up. It's not enough to just call out bad behavior. We need to be building alternatives and uprooting systemic racism in our community and doing that. So don't think it's enough for you to just say that you disagree with that. I think you also need to show up and deal with this and model the proper behavior, because we do a lot to make sure that we create different channels. I know counselors put a lot into making themselves available, whether it's through email, through phone calls, at all hours, on weekends. I know that we've done a lot this year as a council to listen to the public, setting aside hours and hours for public comment. And I just really appreciate everybody who is showing up in those ways as well. I also want to call out that I really appreciate how movement leaders and movements themselves are encouraging people to show up in this moment. They're constantly putting out messages to do that, to engage with counselors, to have that level of positive engagement. They're bringing people to these forums. So I really want to just validate and appreciate the movement leaders who are doing that work, which is exhausting and very difficult. And I just want to thank you for bringing people to all these forums and sharing your individual thoughts, but also bringing others to the council and modeling that behavior yourselves, because I think that you've really been an incredible model for our community. So I just felt compelled to say this, but I really want to I really want to state pretty clearly that this is not acceptable for people to continue harassing counselors. Please respect our counselors and the work that we're trying to get done here. With that, a motion to adjourn is in order. Moved by Councilor Pine, seconded by Councilor Freeman. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously, and we are adjourned at 11:13. We'll see you next week, counselors.